Morena i whānau to all watching on our live stream. To those in the chambers, manuhiri, no mai haere mai. I'll formally open our council meeting with our council. E te atua, ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai ko whiriwhiri kia mo te kaunihiro te hiku tika. Te mahi me te ngā kauaha, me te hakamahi ngā pūkinga me te mātauranga I roto ngā wānanga me ngā kataunga kia ka tūri au te tai hapuri e matatika ana e tūkotahi ana kamutu ka piki anu I te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka katauanu I ngā take o te rohe I runga I te tika me. Lord, we ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the final district with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently. Just by way of announcements, acknowledgements, today my maramataka is Tamakia Kaiki, which is a bit of a crazy little face. This is my third shirt on today. Still coffee on too. And on this one, you can believe it. I'm going to stay close to the table today. So we'll watch for that moon and hope it gives us some good energy for our council meeting and the settings on today. So I really wanted to acknowledge our outgoing Children's Commissioner, Dr. Claire Ahmed as well. She spent a significant amount of time with the 5 years that she has held this role. I really appreciate positive interactions that I've had as near with her and to any visits up here through Waitangi week commemorations. E mihi nui tēnei ki atu e te hoa. E nui I te ranga te rano ki te all the best to our incoming Children's Commissioner, and I'm sure we'll get to meet them in due time. Also, with the recent announcement from central government and the uncertainty around us, everyone's also want to mention to Councillor Floyd for her appointment as the chair of our joint Made committee. I can't think of a single elected member who is highly qualified in all their role that they asked this role. So, whakaha to you, and you've got a lot of mahi to do. So, all the best. Also a reminder that the application of standing orders following big issues and discussions are really accountable. So in our last meeting, we suspended standing orders or had amendments, and I was a little bit more lenient. Today's papers back to a bit more BAU, so I'll be so we can get through. Also note that Kai Hakakiti Reo Māori, Kawati Wakefield is joined online today, tēnā koe koa, and that we are live streaming today on our YouTube channel. And another reminder to everyone that our microphones in the chambers are a little bit sensitive. They do pick up sounds and sometimes can emit sounds. So you can keep side chat from paper shuffling to a minimum that would be helpful for us. And we just happen to have a paper today improving the quality of the sound as well. We'll get to that. Apologies and declarations of interest. I'll call for any apologies.
We just received a request that a teacher would be attending.
No apologies from the case. What is the second? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions, that's carried. If there are any declarations of interest, I welcome you to raise those at the we'll go to our deputation, a single deputation today from Dr. Graham Morrell, who also has been married to my mother's cousin. So Graham, don't mind my way. Speak to us on more cooking and roading issues. I believe you're here to give me an answer.
What would you say there?
Wow. We'll let you come up. It's not your first rodeo in front of this council, but I really appreciate the time you've taken to come to Kaiko here. Big smoke of Kaiko here today. Know all of the money you do at Kaiko. I'll pass the time over to you, Tim.
Tēnā koe te whānau. I'll call you my whānau because you are. A lot of the faces that I see in here are people that are new to me, but people that are quite familiar to me. I'm here on two particular issues with us in the North Hokianga. Just so everyone knows, I'm the chairman of Te Whakarapatiho A Uru, which is the Māori committee from Pangaru, which goes as far north as Awaroa Creek, out to Mangamuka in the east, Miti Miti in the west, and Te Hāpanga in the south. Secondly, I'm also the chairman of Te Ponatopu Hokianga Ahu Whenua Trust. We are a forestry trust, and some years back we decided to see if we could get in and talk with council on some of the main issues that we have within North Hokianga. I think we've come a long way since that first meeting we had 2.5, 3 years ago. But I'm here to say I'm a bit disappointed. I'm disappointed as recently as only just last year. The disappointment I have is when we have engagement with people, specifically us as Māori, we like to see some faces that we can become familiar with and to ensure that we get and work with people where we can achieve our objectives. We understand that your council is responsible for a lot of area within FNDC, but I'm selfish. I want to see my people have a better life. I want to see my people safer on the roads. I want to see industry in our area becoming safer to operate in as well. We've been neglected for a bit, and the neglect is from your guys' contractors. I haven't seen them for 14 years until recently when they started to come and do a couple of culverts, do a little bit of water tabling. Not good enough. We've got old people out there, we've got young people out there, we've got a kura out there, we've got wee people out there, and the roads and the access with those roads are appalling. I thought we might be able to achieve something with the roading working group, but I'm disappointed in that too because the changes of the faces with the people that I meet is not good. I can't build a relationship. I can't allow myself to be in a position where I can have confidence, faith in getting something done. So my first question is what's going on in council relating to your workers coming and engaging with us to ensure that we work together? That's number one. Number two is to be able to say, if these faces are there, they come and make promises to me and they can't keep them, I'm disgusted. Two things I know: never build false expectations and don't make promises you can't keep. So I'm just trying to keep simple here. If there's something going on in here in the council that's affecting me with what I'm trying to achieve for my people, can you please sort it out? And can you sort it out quickly? Everyone in here, I've been to deputations back in the time of Yvonne Sharp and John Carter. So I've been here for 60 plus years. I've worked with people to try and achieve my objective, our objective now with council. All I need to have is some answers. Nothing else. I don't expect you to look after me and feed me or do anything like that, but I do expect to have a bit of correspondence to say what's going on. Our Te Ponatopu Trust is the only industry we have in the North Hokianga that's supporting both a commercial investment, a social investment, and an educational investment. My request is, can you just make sure when you send us people that are going to be with us? I know you change people all the time, but that's not good enough for me. I'm not in the position. Usual will change probably in 3 years' time and I'll come and have to do the same thing again. Who knows? So it's not my first rodeo here. I'm just asking for the support of us in Hokianga, specifically North Hokianga, for the people who are prepared to help as well as you helping us, nothing else. That's really all I have to say. I think you need to clean up in here. I need to know, I need to be engaged with, if Andrew's coming, Andrew's going to be there next time, and he's going to be there the next time, not just turn around and come and then gone the next meeting. You're okay, Dave?
No.
I don't know what that.
We have some time for questions if there are any. Uncle Graham, are you happy
Yes.
to take any questions?
Absolutely.
Members?
Kore kau he pātai, engari mihi atu kia kōrua mo tō tā koutou kaupapa mo te committee whakapairori o te Hokianga. Nei tokona hau o kōrero, hore kau he pātai.
Uncle Graham, in your experience with the North Hokianga roading working, was that model beneficial in bringing staff, contractors and our local leaders together to address roading issues for Hokianga?
Absolutely. It's better to have 1% of something than 100% of nothing. And in the past 28 years, we've had 100% of nothing. So by having this roading working group in the North Hokianga is something that we feel as though our mana hasn't been takahied in regards to you not acknowledging me. So yes, it's been very helpful. Do we get our way? You should be asking me. The answer is no, because we understand what commitment we have to make to the council as well as to our own people. Are you ensuring that we are safe? There's an element there, yes, you are to a degree. But in this last weather problem that we had, you know, we were walking through mud this high on the road because of a slip to try to prevent traffic from coming there and getting either one stuck or two turning around and having to divert their buses, our kura, our schools. So yes, it has been good, but it can be better. And if we can strive to go better one step at a time, I'm happy with that. Our people are happy with that. But you know, when you get roads that are totally decimated and you can't even drive a push bike through it, we've gone past that now, which is good. We can get a quad through now. So it's getting better.
Chief Executive and Council Research.
Kia ora, Graham. Thanks for coming into today. It's good to meet you. I'm just going to acknowledge Councillor Rakina, who's obviously focused on this issue, and we were discussing North Hokianga recently. I have made a commitment to come up and meet you all, and we will get focused on what needs doing up there. I'm shocked that you said you haven't seen a contract. You didn't see a contractor for 14 years?
Yes.
But the good news is now you're actually seeing some
Absolutely.
and some culvert doing, so that's gives us hope. But I'll look forward to meeting you in due course, and we will get amongst it.
Kia ora.
Absolutely.
Yeah, kia ora, Graham. I've been at those meetings and as you respond to the mayor, they certainly seem to be getting things done. I remember one of your people there fixed our marine culverts when we were arguing for about 6 months, trying to determine who they belong to. Fixed them for only 12K. So you do deliver. The question I have is, in terms of slips and so on, that road is known to be quite difficult. We're having a group available, because you've got plenty of experience in doing those things, where you can respond if there's a slip through proper processes and deal with it quickly. Would that actually help in the situation you have in North Hokianga roads?
Absolutely. There's two major choke points right now that we brought up to the committee about 2 years ago. It was in the process of happening, now it's happened. One is coming up the hill from Matawera towards the top where the Hawaii's are. And there's two areas there where, you know, when you've got a 50-tonne truck coming through the area and another truck coming the other way, there's an element of danger because there's a big hole coming up the hill. There's no right of way or give away we just take the risk. And then further up the hill, another drop has happened which is partly parcel to the weather conditions, but also the traffic that we have to put through as an entity is Te Punatopu. So it would help, and you just let us know, we'll be there. Bye-bye.
Councillor,
Tēnā koe, Graham. My understanding is that the North Hokianga roading working group is supposed to have bi-monthly meetings. Have those continued through this year, or have they been cancelled? If they've been cancelled, what are the reasons?
Oh, I believe they've been delayed, postponed, stalled, never happened, due to the fact that the resources such as the council employees were either unavailable or non-existent. So that's what I want to try and work out.
Last question. I understand that there's 2 properties that needed slip works, that needed repairs for. Can you confirm that all legal documents were carried out before the works were either started or finished?
Oh, no, that never happened.
That's all.
Bye-bye.
Uncle Graham, e mihi nui ana ki a koe whai wāhi mai ki konei. Whai haka nui ana ki a te mesa ki a tūrai. A koe nā ko hoki mai ki te tainga, me o pūkinga rau, kia piki anō ai te oranga o te hapuri e mihi nui ki a koe ki a koutou ki te haukanga no ki o te haukanga.
Good. Bye-bye. Nothing else, eh?
Right, we're going to get into our meeting proper now, Sano, and the first item is a notice of motion from Councillor Smolders on Manahaskin Market. I believe Councillor Smolders has indicated she is going to withdraw that, and understanding all the spiritual meetings she can do so.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do wish to formally withdraw my notice of motion regarding the pending mana whakahono arohi agreements. The government has now confirmed that these agreements will not continue into the new legislative framework. So with that certainty, my notice of motion is no longer necessary. However, the irony is not lost on me. I respectfully warned the council, I respectfully warned iwi, and I warned that progressing statutory agreements while the law was changing created unnecessary risk. My objective was always to protect ratepayer money and to protect the time and effort of iwi and
Can we just get clarification? Does the removal of a notice of motion provide without a seconder a chance to deliver a speech?
Without
Chair, items for debate there becomes a possibility to debate an item once a seconder has been.
So no.
The standing orders are unspecific as to whether or not a speech on a mover could have a speech or whether or not.
So I'm just glad that we've got a huge agenda here. I'd like to get through it.
Councillor Smolders, if you could please, when I've withdrawn items previously, I've given reasoning as to why I'm not withdrawing it. If you could get to the reason as to why you're withdrawing this notice with haste.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To protect ratepayer money, to protect the time and goodwill of the company. As elected members, our responsibility is to serve every resident impartially, fairly, and with democratic accountability. So those principles should underpin every agreement we enter into, and that's the solution I support, because in the end, everyone matters. Thank you.
With that, we will go to item 6.1, confirmation of previous minutes. The recommendation of the council confirm the minutes of that ordinary council meeting held on the 25th of February with Sean report. I'm happy to move back to this. If you
No, I didn't.
Any other measures for our minutes? Then I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, with abstentions, that's carried. We now go to item 8.1, community board minutes. which is on page 663. This should be 600. Give me some time to get to that. The recommendation is that we have for minutes from our following meeting to Hiku, doing 5 years of practice. Research. We pass this to our Hiku Community Board Chair, Lisa Witzke, to speak to the minutes that we are taking on.
Hello. The way the meetings are structured now, we're actually behind these meetings. So sometimes we're having to do catch up. But I'll cut to the chase. Take my report as read. Some of the issues that were registered there are being handled now by staff, and that includes the hall at Rangiputa, and also the repositioning of that other station. So that's in hand. Staff have got options there, and they're currently working to that. My biggest issue, our biggest issue up in the far north at this stage, apart from Duke and Nisho, is the loss or pending loss of 6 units at the retirement village in Awanui. I don't know if this is the place to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. What I would like to propose, and what the group that I represent would like to propose, is to take over those units. I'm the chair of the Only Progressive and Ratepayers group. I've been to those units already and had a look. There were 6 earmarked for demolition. I can honestly tell you one of those units I can resurrect in probably a week's work, and I just don't see any need for wasting good buildings. I'm not setting a precedent and asking this. Precedent. I'm not setting a precedent in asking for this. For those new members here, we are currently doing this for the council, i.e. Unahi Wharf. In July of 2012, I led a delegation to the council then and asked for the management or agency of Unahi Wharf, which at the time council were looking at either demolishing or selling. We now manage that right up to this day. Obviously, we had a new wharf thanks to Felicity and a few other members. And so what we're suggesting now is old school. We've done it before, slightly different. I don't know the licenses that we may need to do that, but we have the strength. We've got a good, strong committee, and it's nothing we haven't done before. This issue has just caused a lot of grief and strife within the community. And number one, I think 3 meetings back, I asked to be involved in some of the meetings when staff came up and talked to the tenants. That didn't happen. And as a result, it was friction from day one with these units. 5 people have already been relocated, but we have now 1 sitting there in the 6th unit that is scheduled to be demolished, and we are going to have problems. It's as simple as that. Our recommendation, there's just, I've got a list here, but I can put that in a further report of all the advantages of doing this. I have heard that there are other groups, EV groups, looking at this, but again, nothing has come forward. So I still want to make claim or put something on the table to say that we can do this. We've been doing it before. So that's a plea to this meeting to consider that issue. Like I said, I might be addressing the wrong committee, the wrong meeting, but if there's any way I can take this further and expand on this, I'd welcome that opportunity. Sure.
Are there any questions on Chair Subtitles?
We have staff to respond. You have what are we here? I think that some of those statements may not be correct.
Good, Kahika, and through you to Chair Zabriskie. No decision has been made on the housing for the elderly portfolio, and it is one entirety at the moment. So we're going through a process. We're assessing what to do with the portfolio and then make a decision on what we can do with the units. There is no order for the demolition of those units, the 6 units at Awanui, but they are not at healthy home standard. So, and we do not have the budget to restore them to healthy home standards, so we cannot tenant them. But as I say, absolutely no decision has been made, and we've had several groups expressed interest in taking on the units, but we cannot make that process, cannot allow that to happen. Sorry, it cannot happen until council has made a decision to divest of those assets. So nothing is set in concrete as yet. And I believe our Housing for the Elderly portfolio will be coming back to the September meeting with suggestions on how to manage the entirety.
Can I suggest that in the time between then and September, will we be having a workshop on that before it comes to council itself? That staff, your South Pillory and staff, essentially meet with the that have expressed interest, because that will help inform our decision making come September. And as Tempe Community Board Chair, will also be shopping, and also that this decision making and being able to speak to it, but just that balance the different hats that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Teku? We'll pass over to Councillor Research and Councillor Allen in lieu of our chair for Kaipui Community Board. Either of you is our councillor appointments. But then we will ask you.
I recall from that meeting, without going into the minute, the number of deputations, funding requests, community projects that were Rangatahi centric. And I actually wrote that on a note, that I loved that so much, that we had whānau coming in who wanted to run kaupapa for our rangatahi. Also remember the kaipuhe sign. We had a funding application for a kaipuhe sign that would give Auckland a good run for its money, but that the kaipuhe sign was also part of a bigger project by the Soropu, telling the story of kaipuhe at the start there. We did have some contentious kaupapa on the table with the Educational Institute at Rawene, and an endorsement from the community board on that kaupapa. And you know, Te Tai Tokero, well, the whānota, she's a small place. So we endorsed not renewing the lease, and then the very next day, who was I sitting next to in Kirikiri? The same rōpū, and that was started off a bit awkward, but at the end of the day, our whanaunga are our whanaunga, and that's just the beauty of being in Te Tai Tokero, that the decisions you make at this table are not far at all from your whakapapa links, which makes every decision difficult, but also keeps you grounded in your purpose and your why. And those are my top of the head. Over to you.
I just add very quickly on that last item, in terms of the education training there, nobody that's providing educational, that was mentioned, will be denied that, including the incumbent. So they'll be providing those courses. It was to take away the extra responsibility looking at the building and put in place a group that's focused on providing a facility. So it's a very important part of making it, and the community will recognise that. The only other thing I'll just add very quickly was there was a charging stations around the place, which is quite a good development, mostly being covered the cost by those providing those, Meridian being one of them. I think Charge Tech was another one. They're just requesting places where they can put those, and that's another good initiative as well.
Any questions on Kaikoura Community Board? Councillor.
On page 684 is the topic of the current Kaikoura Library building. Mentioned, when is it going to come to a council committee and council?
I haven't seen any papers.
Do we have Ms. Nicole line at all? A question that we can capture and have responded to, please. Ms. M. Nicola, who's the special projects lead. I'll look into that, but we definitely want timelines for it to go through either to COCO or council. We'll pass over to our Bowvallers board.
Thank you, Nicola. I'll take the minutes as read, and I won't speak to Te Kua Waitanga, because I see that is in the agenda as item 7.2. Only thing I'd like to share with you really today is I had the pleasure of going to Simpson Park and planting some citrus. I didn't get down and dirty. I went prepared to, but the kids did it. Just clarifying that for transparency. And started on our, that's the commencement of our placemaking project for Simpson Park, which has been a long time in incubation. We've had quite a few issues to resolve around reserved titles and things that have come through the board, through the council. Yes, it's a pleasure to work with Ngatahi, and we also at board level are very supportive of doing applications from our youth in particular. And just moving forward on that Murua issue, we will be, in our agenda, I see preview, we will be commencing our hearing at Community Board, date yet to be set for the reserve management plan for Simpson Park, with all the feedback that we've had come in there. So really looking forward to getting into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smulders.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing the Bay Islands Whangaroa Board's progress on the Taupo steps at the next council meeting.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Moko. The Community Board, we did a site visit on May the 27th, and last week we held our first working party group meeting. Thanks to Councillor Allen for attending that. In relation to the looking at the issue of the steps and stairs up there, but we did discuss all the wider issues in relation to the reserve. There'll be some minutes coming out on that. A report will come to our agenda with updated terms of reference to be adopted by the board, and that will have missed our deadline, so that will probably be in our September meeting. But we do intend to meet fortnightly in the interim.
Would anyone like to speak or against the motion to receive these?
Just a further question of Mayor Moko about the Taupo Bay steps and about any research that may happen or be happening, would happen around the replacements of the steps and them being not being replaced because of the slipping of the sand and the slides. That's all. I think that's a good opportunity to have a look at that aspect of things too. I know that the steps were there and I know they've been removed, but I've been reading some information around having steps and things in places like that not being a good idea. So I know it's contentious. I know where it's in play, but I think that we need to look at the environmental aspects as well as the aesthetic.
Through you, your Mayor, would that not mean, Chicky, that you would want to be on that committee? If
No,
we're having
just means that
decisions being made about the Taupo Bay steps and the councillors.
No, that doesn't mean that. That's just me saying that I think that that's a consideration that needs to be made, and I'm asking the elected members who are on that committee to just consider that.
Just on that, Chicky, the Community Board actually did a fabulous report after their site visit. Not only did they just have a look at where the steps were and where the steps are now not, they looked at who uses the reserves, how they're used, the buses, the toilets, the ramp, and it was a comprehensive report. And Chair Ward also brought in kōrero from the environmental hui that you attended that spoke directly to that via the types of steps that that doesn't cause further erosion, the type, and the recommendations from the board took all that into account. And I think we landed in a nice place with between the council recommendations and the community expectations. And I really enjoyed that. One thing that did arise for me was not the steps, but the community were quite open to even funding part of the project just to get it happening right now. And I hear the same kōrero out at the bridge down in Okaiho, name evades me. They're also they're also willing to get the diggers out and all of that just to get the mahi done. But I just didn't see our willingness to meet halfway to come to some sort of arrangement where we can work together better in that space. We're so caught up in, we're going to inherit the asset, so the asset needs to go through this, ABC, 1, 2, 3. And as a community member, you're just like, abort mission. That sounds hard out. All I want is a step. All I want is a bridge that doesn't get flooded 30 times a year. So I think some mahi around the council around meeting halfway and not just putting up all these barriers around why you can't be a community and solve problems yourselves, because they're willing to solve the problem, but we're just a little bit, it was mind-blowing to see a community say, we'll pay for this, so that we can get it before Christmas, and we weren't there at the table as a council.
Through you, Chair, Chair Ward mentioned that we needed updated terms of reference for the Taupo Bay steps. Could you please elaborate on what that was, having they've just been agreed to in the last 60 days?
For you, Member Ko, the terms of reference that were put into our previous agenda were actually virtually a copy and paste of the Transport Committee terms of reference, not the Community Board terms of reference. And because we needed to get it in the agenda and get the discussion going because of the pressure from the community to move forward, we actually adopted those and said that we could actually amend them, which we have done, which I have worked with staff and updated the terms of reference to reflect the task at hand, which is the steps and stairs, and our reserve area as our deviation. So that will be coming back to the community board where it will be further discussed. It's very simplistic and it's very much in line with our community board terms of reference.
Thank you. It's very disappointing though that staff have given you a transport terms of reference as a template to start with. I would have expected better.
For you, Member Ko, I actually did approve those terms of reference to get them onto the agenda so that we could discuss them and amend them.
All right. I don't need to write a request. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, any extensions? It's carried. We are going to go to page 307 now for item 7.4, decision on installation of a memorial state for standing Julia. And what's going to an alternate motion. And that ultimate motion will be the council amend the 2017 Arts and Memorials and Public Policy to delegate decision-making authority to community boards to approval to finance.
I'll stick with it.
And the reason for not because I don't want to make a hard decision at this table, but I think that the mana sits at our community boards who have the delegation to consider, but then they have to ask us what we think. The same thing happened with the Paikea frame that came back to this council. I know that we have concerns around inheriting assets and lifelong costs that come with it and needing to have a bigger picture. But I think that for something like this, we delegate to our community board everything like that final approval and approving or declining. And this informs a part of the discussion around what our community boards look like. And then Head Start, simplifying local government came along. So I don't know at what point we're finally going to say, actually, do you know what, this doesn't need to come to this council. You at a community board level pick the money to make a decision on this. And then we can find a way to make sure everyone still stays in the loop or that we get that bigger picture. But I'm using the opportunity of this coming back to us yet again, just amend the policy to give money to our sectors like that, to the research like that.
Yeah, very quickly, Chair. Definitely, that's in alignment with something we've been looking for a long time, empowering community boards. It will mean that we're more efficient where we can operate. Certainly, community boards demonstrate they do understand the local communities are probably best placed to make decisions like that. I think it's an example of how we can empower them, and you've done that. So I support it.
Sorry, I'm going to open up for questions before we get into that. I was so excited that I had figured out twice. Jump straight into speaking to this. But do we have a staff member, Mark? Online? Is it also a report to be able to speak to it, or you are happy to speak to it?
Kahika, Mark is ready and waiting. We'd like to ask some questions.
Questions, Councillor Smalls?
Thank you. I note, your Mayor, that today we were to make a decision around a big park sitting under a lovely Kahuta kawa tree up at Taipa Bay, and that a family member would like to have a memorial seat placed there. And then I note that all of a sudden we're now deciding whether the community board should have ultimate decision over that. And I think they're both very important matters, but they're both completely separate matters. So should we proceed to which probably will support that the board take that delegation, where does this seat leave us? Where does this family leave us? They've got a chair they want under this lovely tree at the beach. Where would that decision then sit? Would it go back to the board?
But we'll go back to the board, but I'll ask for staff to confirm.
Kahika, that is, if I can just address Councillor Smolder's comment that the motion is separate from the decision we're making here today, but if this motion goes through and if it is, if we can actually make that delegation, then the decision would sit with the community board.
Thank you, Member Coe. This is probably a little more complex than councillors are aware of, and I do welcome the amendment to the policy. However, it needs to come with the document at present should have a register of art and memorial in public places. The community board does not get that, so we do not know where our existing memorials and art are and how many we have, and just going hand in hand with that, we are constantly discovering memorials that actually need maintenance, particularly, I think, it's a really sensitive issue. It's not something that we should take too lightly. We do have plaques, memorial plaques on things like street furniture, park benches. This has become an issue at board level when we do placemaking and communities want to move bench seats. They're often put in a specific site because that person sat in that specific site. So it's quite a big discussion to be had. Happy to accept the amendment to the policy or the proposed amendment to the policy, but also maintenance comes into it, and they are assets. So you may want to look at that. We do have had many requests for art memorial in public places in the past, particularly the memorial side of it, and we have had some very interesting public exclusion debates around how significant the plaques and the people and the place and their connection, connectivity to the place should be, because we have some park benches in Colorado, for example, probably got half a dozen plaques on the back of it. So, does every Tom, Dick and Harry that came out, every swallow get a plaque on our bench seat? So I'll leave it there, but happy to have the debate with councillors, community perspective. Thank you.
Chair Stabritsky, Councillor Smythe, and Councillor Gallagher with the questions.
I just want to support what Belinda just said there. The other issue was which could caused us a bit of confusion was basically consulting with Hapu and iwi at that stage. We didn't know what role we played there, and now with this turnaround, it just makes it much simpler, and we know the steps we need to take in terms of consultation. So, thank you.
Councillor Smulders, then Councillor Halkett.
Through you, Mayor. My question has still not been answered, but now we have 3 issues before us. The memorial seat and type of beachfront, that family are awaiting a decision, and I'm aware that it is our responsibility. I'm aware that the committee approved it, the Hapu declined it. The Hapu is not mentioned in any of our art and memorial places policy. The second is whether the community board has access to the asset registry, and now I'm hearing that we need to rewrite the art and memorial public place policy. So it's all getting very confusing on the 3 different items that are in front of us. Can I please have a staff outline?
Kurika, through you, please, to address Councillor Smulders. I'm actually getting advice that we need to look into whether the delegation can actually be made, and if we could potentially defer this until staff can respond as to how this could or could not be managed.
Thank you. I'd feel more comfortable with that because we don't have the information in front of us. I'm hearing that from the board. And I think that to whip up a decision in front of us now without having the necessary due diligence that is required for these sorts of decisions that be made in haste. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, kia ora tātou. So, Mahiatai is land that was land banked in the time of Calvin Davis to Hapu of Ngāti Tahu. And so there's one whole section that has been cordoned off that is put aside for Ngāti Tahu Hapu. And at the moment, local Hapu have got this dune restoration project where they're planting plants to hold the sand, etc., etc. And so, although I have great aloha for this whānau, I think that if we did some better homework, we could find another place to place the seat. It doesn't have to be right there, because there are other great Ngāti Kahu people who have fallen and died, and they haven't got a lot of the things that they left behind were taken away in the interest of the public good. So I think that if we did some kōrero with the Hapu, they may suggest another place that the whānau can be accommodated. So I don't see it as a big deal, and respect the views of Matakaireri, who are also lead people for many years, over 20 years in the Taipā wastewater treatment plant. So I trust the decision making, and but I think we can accommodate the whānau, kia ora, somewhere else in Taipā.
Just along the lines of what Whaihilda has raised, I think that I'm not sure who or how we do the consultation with Hapu for these issues, but I think it would be helpful not just for this policy, but for every type of consultation we do. We actually ask what the concerns are, not actually approve or decline, because it doesn't actually help us to understand any issues, whether they're positive or negative. And I think that goes a long way with what Whaihilda has said. And I think as well it sort of addresses potential concerns about how our staff are going about this, not just under the Local Government Act, but primarily under the Resource Management Act. When we go for consultation, we're not asking approval decline, we're asking what are the concerns so that we can try and address them. So I'm not sure if that's a Te Whānau issue or if it's our CEO here obviously will address that within operations, but just looking to highlight that concern. Thank you.
I'm going to, so that we do make a decision today, because what I'm hearing is that this whānau is I am going to change my motion to A is through the recommendation and an agenda that council decline the proposal from the Jubilee implementation of the emergency scheme within the position indicated. And B, request a report to the Food Park Committee to amend the 2017 Arts and Memorial Development Decision. And then when that report is developed to go to Te Kuku Park, we can also look into the register if is needed for art and public places for our community boards and we can solve the problems, but follow a different process to keep. One of the things that I find hard is that we come up with something and then there are so many different add-on problems that it becomes too big for us to even address and we just leave it to the side. We do that all the time. We had one of my predecessors, Wayne Brown, in this very chamber last week. What did he say? He said, sometimes things just get so out of control you don't even investigate any further.
Yeah.
So how do we bite things down into smaller chunks to actually start achieving something? I think that this is a way that we can shake for both of these. Councillor Vucic, are you still happy to?
Yeah, second on that. I wouldn't mind talking to that. I'm very happy to do that amendment. Yeah.
And speaking to this as the mover, I'm getting a second go, but I'm going to let myself change. I feel somewhat conflicted around declining this proposal, but I don't, and the reason why I want a community board to, because we're closer to the ground, closer to communities, to figure out solutions. But the mana right now does sit with this council, and we've got a recommendation to decline because we still have ongoing concerns that haven't been sorted with Mapakaitiri. I don't think that means ultimately the Stanley Julian whānau, and I don't know the Julian whānau, they're willing to put up this memorial for their whānau member, and I think that's a beautiful thing. But I think that maybe throughout the Te Kuku process to look at the policy, better process and support for encouraging the conversations that need to happen across communities to be more achievable for something to happen. So I think it's easier that we just follow the recommendation to decline for now, but that doesn't mean it's a decline forever, because when a community board ultimately gets the delegated authority, they might be able to facilitate more positive outcome for the community environment. Councillor Vucic.
My first comment when I saw this was Mr. Wright really decided, and I was really pleased to see Councillor Harawira mention the possibility of another site. So I'm just wondering if we should have a C in there, which notes, either a note or something that once B is done, goes back to the community board, possible other sites, and approve it.
I think we're declining this for the position in attachment B. That doesn't stop the Julian whānau from putting the position in for position in a new attachment to a new report. Do we need a C to be added to this, or where I read it is that that's the low. This doesn't exclude them from applying for it.
That's correct. I think.
Any other members? Councillor Strickland.
Sorry. The reason that this has got so strict, one of the experiences I have had is sculpture and seats put in place in Kawakawa and a water dispenser, and they slip off the list and contractors don't go around and clean them. So I do. I still go around and clean the ones in Kawakawa because they're not on a list, and I will get them relisted every so often because I get more with cleaning. water thing, and the seat, the beautiful seat that Dottie Hohepa made, and the money was donated by my friend's Nana. So they become, there's something that's paid for from the community, but like Belinda said, the maintenance and the ongoing care for them, not to mention the beautiful bronze statue that Richard Smart built that still needs its glass fixed. It's been waiting for about 6 years to be repaired. Yeah, so this is why the policy exists and things like this get declined. Kia ora.
Councillor Floyd.
We've already had a mover and seconder for this, but I would like to move an amendment, or I'm not sure if it's an amendment or an alternative motion, to have this lie on the table, because I think that our staff are correct, that we should actually understand what the actual concerns are, and I would like to support what Firehilda has raised about if we actually know what the concerns are, we can suggest an alternative location. So I would hate to make this family go through the whole process again just because we don't know what the issue is. And as Firehilda has said, it's highly probable that there's a spot that we can put it, and it's very generous of the family to offer a free bench that the community can sit on. So that's my not sure if it's an amendment or alternative motion.
That council leave the proposal to lie, but B, that a report still come to keep motion to me.
Yes.
Just on that, I'm happy with that. Just though, Councillor Foy won't need to come back to us if the community board has delegated that authority and trust them to be able to find a place, and you will know that place really well. Why we're making this table? It's just there for complexity.
Well, if we let it lie on the table, Your Worship, that just allows us to either have the resolution done at the community board and then to be committee without it actually coming back to us.
So, question of clarity though, the resolution from the community board is not to decline. So,
It's to approve. Subject to the audit.
So I think if we left it as your wording is better because we decline it, then it's done. Agreed.
I'm going to make a point of order.
This is a very reasonable way.
Sorry,
Point of order. At the very start of this meeting, you said that we would run according to standing orders, and we now have, and I'm going to use Councillor Allen's words, abort mission. This has just been, we need to get back to process, please. So we have Councillor Foy has suggested an amendment to the amendment. Can you please rule on that?
As mover, I have included it as part of my.
And you have, but has that been confirmed? Because there are a whole bunch of what ifs and subject to, so it's very messy.
We're going to have a break. It's not Harley.
Let's move on that one. I'm sure.
We're back, and we are considering 7.4. I have a procedural motion from Councillor Boyd to leave us.
Okay, yes.
I've got standing orders training in that way. It's really good. So there's a procedural motion. The discussion is not in order. Oh, I got my training already.
Yeah, a procedural motion to propose that unlike the being taken from the manual states that the chair doesn't have discretion to refuse. A seconder is required. Discussion is not in order. The mover of the procedural motion is not entitled to a reply. Previous participants are entitled to the speaker and not be interrupted. I've lost so that as it comes. I've carried the original motion and the amendment to the reply.
Right, we'll go to Councillor Boyd. Leaving to live.
I have nothing further to add.
That's on the court.
I've sat here and listened diligently, and there are a number of concerns and matters that have been raised, and there's a number of matters that sometimes I can't read your official title from here. General Manager, Delivery and Operations needs to sort out. So rather than resolve it here, when we've got an enormous agenda and there's a lot to sort out, it's better to get it live on the table and just give people time. I'm going to adopt Eric and Louis' favourite saying of the morning, abort mission, because it's just become too complicated.
Thank you. We'll put that to the vote. The vote say aye.
Aye.
The opposed or abstentions. That is carried. We are now going to go to item 7.1. Transport portfolio terms of reference. And I am going to move this. And the amendment is on page 72. You see there under the terms of reference minutes. I'm going to put the amendment will be sample ensure meeting minutes are taken and circulated to all the notices. And how do I read it? I want all portfolio terms of reference to be up there. And the reason why I'm moving this amendment is one, I think it's a nice governance closed loop that we get started. I don't want Councillor Court, who's been diligently taking notes in all of her portfolio meetings today, to have to take those notes and circulate them to us. I would like them to formally be captured in operational processes so that minutes from all of our portfolios are recorded and then shared through Friday notices. So that one of the Councillor Court, still no, she still take notes, but she doesn't have to try and capture that again, and none of us do hold should. But for the GMs involved, the EA to attend meetings, who take the form and just sorry, that's a second. Councillor Jesse. Otherwise, I appreciate finally having come back to us, because I believe it was last December that we established the transport portfolio with terms of reference and the one we had. We've had a lot of money, still a lot of money, still collecting, moving as we get this money from Uncle Graham. So, please on the
yes, I'm pleased to see that as well. There, particularly important with some of the committees that have independent members as well. Okay.
The other member, Councillor Shaw.
I note that it doesn't refer to elected member RFSs. Something that I just want to highlight as an issue is members of the public escalate issues to councillors in their area, and then they, follow us up after we've lodged our EM support ticket on Rosie. And then I have hit snags where issues have then gone to the portfolio and updates have been really slow to get back to myself or the concerned road user. So I just want to note that it doesn't say anything in here about triaging of RFSs at this roku. Our EM support tickets are ours, and the responses come to the elected member that raises the issue. That's my understanding from these terms of reference, and I just wanted to state that out loud in the room.
Councillor Court.
Just in reply to that, Your Worship, at the last portfolio meeting, we had a conversation about RFSs. It's not the portfolio holder's job with respect to run interference on other elected members' RFSs. And we've been having a number of conversations at the portfolio meeting about reducing the backlog. And you'll see that that's happening at a rapid pace. And that's been reported on the updates that you're getting from Marguerite and from my minutes. In order for the General Manager, Charlie Billington, to be able to monitor the effectiveness of the decisions that he's been making in this space, he needs all RFSs to go through the formal RFS channel and support us. That's the only mechanism we've got to capture the numbers and report on the timing and resolution. So I put that in the last set of minutes that I sent out, that respectfully, if you want us to be aware of it, CC us in, but don't expect us to run interference on them. It's an operational matter. Charlie, do you want to add anything to that?
For you, Kahika, RFSs for the community key focus point for not just transport, but for the whole organisation currently. Thank you for acknowledging the effort that's going into clearing the backlog in the transport space. I agree with Councillor Port's comments. We are reporting to the portfolio holders in terms of the RFS backlog in general, and we're looking at turnaround times and how we can improve that. The information we collect is really critical to being able to make informed decisions about how we the resources to do that effectively without additional costs, and improving RFS throughput in general. So,
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to the pictures. That is carried. We're going to go to item 7.2 now, future economic development, investment and resourcing for the final district on 2026-27. I'm going to move this with an amendment to where this will be reported back and said to technical art. You can see the back up to the research. Roger, would you like to speak to your?
Yep. So through the chair, just on the paper. So the driver behind this paper is statement of intent that is coming back around. So Northland Regional Council, as the Secretariat, has let us know about the timeline for the statement of intent going into the LCP. So all the councils were updated on what their timeline is. So at this point in time, if nothing changes, we are still signed up to the Investment Growth Reserve. We're still a shareholder. We're not a temporary shareholder council who are making a decision themselves on whether they're going to continue to be a shareholder in Northern Link going into the next LTP period. So they're making the same sort of decision that in fact theirs is much more overt because they do have a set time frame. We don't. So it just is an opportunity for us to just assess where we're at around our investment in economic development. So Northern NZ earmarked to come into they've been informed, and we're just arranging them to come in, and which should be the case anyway because they are one of our CCOs, and it's a good time to bring in the senior management from Northern NZ to come in and talk to Te Koikoia. That'll be about the current statement of intent that's just been approved. We went through a reasonably robust process for that statement of intent here at the council. We workshopped it, and we issued a letter to Northern NZ, and then it was considered and incorporated into the statement of intent coming this year. But this is about the LTP, and it's about funding into the LTP. So currently inside the council, economic development funding is the only formal allocation of funds for economic development is to Northern NZ via the Investment Growth Reserve, so our shareholding, which ratchets up based on that agreement year on year. So it's about $500,000 going for it. I haven't got the exact numbers, but I do have numbers available to me, coming to me about what it's going to look like going to the LTP for our investment. So outside of that, we have GM of Planning and Policy has a responsibility under that role, and then we have various staff members inside the council who play an active part in working on economic development at various different devices and as part of a working group internally. So we do have an internal working group. It's been in a hiatus for the last probably 6 months, the outcome of today's meeting will reinitiate that working group to come back together and make some decision around it. So I did outline some options in there, but I didn't recommend any options outside of just actually taking some time to consider the investment in economic development. The Martin Jenkins report that's attached is substantial. It is quite old, but it's still very relevant. If you have a chance to have a look at that, it makes some pretty clear statements around the delivery of economic development services across the north, and then also made some commitments in that report where FNDC potentially, if that report was taken on board, where FNDC could actually have invested in staff and maybe some funding as well. So it is tied with the LTP. I have let Nick know that this is going on. She's aware of this process. The time frame, as you see in the document, is tied with the LTP time frame to try and coordinate that we actually get a decision on this going into, and it's going to inform the LTP process. So you can take any questions.
Rog, I've got a question in council with us. I've got a few questions. Appreciate that you've got into this. Also want to ensure that Northern NZ themselves are a part of these conversations, like the chair and the CEO. But then a lot of what this recommendation is highlighting is BAU for long-term planning. That we should be reviewing our investments, we should be reviewing economic development and our scope and priority and all of that as the norm through a long-term planning process. That's why, but I do want to go to Te Koikoia because Northern NZ, they interface with this council. Go to Te Koikoia so that they, and also because they, I know, those that know Paul, that he's full of ideas himself around in a positive way. But my question for you is, part B of this is that we agree that future economic development investment should be assessed against the economic outcomes sought by council. We have adopted the Te Rerenga Regional Economic Development Growth Strategy thing, but that we also probably need workshopping as a part of long-term plan to define what economic outcomes we are seeking, so that then Northern NZ or whatever way we do invest in economic development aligns with that. But at this point, I can't point to a single document that actually outlines what economic outcomes we are seeking as a council. So that would be really good to define in the first instance. I don't need to say that in here because it's just inherent that we fall into the define.
Yeah. And as a response back to the chair, you're correct. Tiriringa, if you look in the statement of intent, it's been scaled back a little bit on Tiriringa. So as in there'll be I've got the exact words, but it talks about working on a project by project basis. So the real is questions around Tiriringa's role. It's been put forward as a vision document, so it's not actually a plan. There has been some initial discussions around an economic development plan, and that was presented in the Te Koikoia presentation of the work program. So there is a need for something that we have inside the council which actually can articulate the economic for the far north, and that would put us in a better place to better inform the statement of intent process. If we stay on with Northland as a shareholder.
Right, Councillor Foy.
I had a number of questions. I like that all the options were provided.
As many as I can come up with, as there are more.
Really good.
I was one that was let there's another one I'll talk about this morning.
My questions are just in relation to, this talks about what we pay, but all of the councils pay a certain amount. I didn't see that in the report, what the other councils are paying, like the total picture. My understanding is the 413, the 500,000 and 513, so almost 1.5 million over those 3 years is OPEX funding. So it's 100% rate rise every year we pay. What are the other councils paying?
So Northern Region Council pays a lion's share, but I haven't got the exact number.
62%.
Yeah, so there's a percentage breakdown. Obviously KDC pays, have you got access to
5% is KDC.
Yeah.
WDC is 18, and we're 15. Yeah.
5%.
And that's increases year on year.
So my question is in the context of us making these big decisions about what we're going to do. And I know that I'm not sure, have we addressed this as an option that together as councils, if this is what we're wanting to do in the next 3 years, or if we're wanting to consider other options given we're making big structural changes? We're very fortunate that our CEO has a background in finance, and so I was going to ask our CEO as well, Mimoko, if that's all right for you, your opinion on spending almost $500,000 a year paid towards this entity instead of having our own resourcing and, working with final holdings. Just your views there about opportunity cost.
I think right now, we need to press on with this analysis. We do need to focus on outcomes, is my primary concern. NZ is a construct that we should respect for the time being. I don't think it's a case of getting out the wrecking ball. I think it's a case of trying to make them fit for purpose. And in conjunction with that, you have the local government reform happening. We're going to see consolidation. It should enable us to have a broader and longer term vision in terms of economic development and to be able to table some serious outcomes, hopefully. Obviously, I want to take part in that as a practical delivery vehicle. So we want to see how they fit in the longer term as well. And as we get feedback on the Head Start process, we're going to start having discussions about design for local government, and we will start putting the jigsaw together.
And my last question, I guess, probably is for our CEO as well, just about Mayor Wayne Brown's comments about CCOs and how in his restructure of local government that has previously gone on, that he recognised that the CCOs weren't good value for his council for the super city, for Auckland, and just whether that made me reflect whether this is good value for our council in that context and moving to a large scale council.
Whether it's a CCO or any entity, I don't think the CCO label is relevant here. It's about shareholders and effective governance getting what shareholders want. So I know Auckland's had certainly Mayor Wayne Brown's comments, they haven't been happy with their experience of CCOs. I think we are bucking the trend there in terms of our efforts with total holdings, and a lot has changed in the last 3 years. Their ideas around capital strategy have changed. They're being more proactive. The idea as to where they fit in if you want to look at the capital structure and what would be effective, it's the whole stack. It's $3 billion of council balance sheet, AA rated balance sheet. Final holdings are just a tiny bit of that which we consolidate. What final holdings have always thought is, we need to grow our balance sheet and demonstrate growth in shareholders' value, etc. But it's kind of irrelevant what size their balance sheet is, because they're part of a much bigger one. So when you start sort of pulling all that together, we can apply the same analysis to the whole region, because I don't know what Whangarei and Kaipara's balance sheets are. NRC is significant, but all of a sudden we're going to have a construct that is 10 to 15 billion dollars. So then it's like, how do you view that capital, and how can you make it more effective at driving economic development? So, but yeah, the CCOs, we're doing far better with CCOs. I still think CCOs are absolutely valid part of the toolbox for the government.
There is another point of order from Council 4. This sounds like a great discussion for the LTP workshop, where we will dive deeper into this. I've got Councillor Research and Councillor Stratford and Councillor Smulders for any questions on the recommendation in our papers. Councillor Research.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. It's really a question here. Thanks for the report. I think for the LTP, we need to consider this investment. But as you are aware, there's major changes actually happening. We have committed to, but tell me if anything I'm saying is wrong, we have committed to, basically Northern NZ and the money that we're committed there. And they have, when they come and speak to us, we need all this information to make decisions. When they come to speak to us, they can show us what value that is delivering to us in terms of the outcomes. But also, the Act has changed, has gone through a third reading, and economic development is taken off the table, as with the other wellbeing. So, therefore, that question is, how are we going to fit that together if we're going to start investing in that? Particularly, and also we've got a rates cap coming at us as well. So that one comment on that one, please. And the other one is the regional deal, which we only that they wanted to make a city and regional deal, which they succeeded in doing. And we missed out. You heard that yesterday from the DIA lady. And it's a very good deal. And that's still on the table, she said. So I don't want any signals to go out. I'm a bit concerned with some of these statements. If we are considering, for example, some of the options there, which Councillor Floyd raised, to pull out, that would send a really negative signal to central government. And can you answer those 2 points, mate?
Yeah, so we're committed into Northland NZ as a shareholder, as part of the shareholder agreement. However, there is an exit out of that shareholder agreement. There's a process which is outlined in it if we wanted to do that. So we're not committed in perpetuity, so it's our discretion on whether we want to pull that or not. Economic development coming out of as the system, I think it's called the systems bill. Sorry about the name. But yeah, that's changing. So there is a question on that. You're 100% correct. It's like, well, read the question on whether councils should be investing in it, but because it's not explicit as one of the well-beings as was previously. So really it's a question of council on whether they want to, what we do in that space, but it feels to me that we're moving generally in the same direction anyway, and I would really question for the council, it's been long-term investor in economic development, and whether we would want to change that because of what was committed there. So I wouldn't see council wanting, well, it's not my decision, it's council's decision, but I think it's an important thing we need to do. It's an important function. and contributes to, to the north. So on the regional deal, you're 100% correct. The messaging has been that for a regional deal, they want to work regionally. Hence the reason for the name of it. And the vehicle for that has been Northland NZ, who led that process for the regional deal to go forward. And also it's been signalled through the Head Start process and the simplifying local government that if we can, that will be in a better place, we can go to one unitary authority to be dealing with for economic development would be item of that as well. Just want to point out in the Head Start proposal, as it is right now, the CCOs would propose to stay in place for that transition period that's been signalled when we go from 4 to 2. Obviously, it's a bigger decision when it goes from 2 to 1 if the government accepts our Head Start proposal.
Councillor Small, sorry, Councillor Street.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Roger. Is the Northern NZ board considering what their funding will look like with the consolidation of councils? So, regional council, the LGA is silent on economic development in the new proposed legislation. So assuming it is something that we take on as a function as a unitary, are we having conversations about us not taking on, another 20% of the budget that they now receive from FNDC?
I can jump in. Meetings on with the chair and the CE, and they want to be a part of the detailed design process, like under Head Start. I consider can be more for local government reform environment.
Yeah.
So they are already thinking in the space. They've already done some work in detailed reporting in the space, but leaving it up to us to decide Head Start or not, and then in the next phase want to be on the one. Co-design or step side or.
Okay. So we've got it as a narrative in the proposal for Head Start probably, but can we signal, the relationship between rates capping and the current budget that Northern NZ receives from the Northern councils? That will not be sustainable.
Yeah, so the Head Start proposal draft is coming out today. So the agendas will be out today. So the opportunity to modify anything is okay. But obviously it's something that could potentially be brought up at the elected steering group meeting next Monday.
Thank you.
And Councillor Small.
Oh, thank you, Yuvia. I know that options 1 and 2 continue us to participate with more. And I note that options 3, 4, 5 and 6 bring the functions back in-house to the Far North District Council. You mentioned that you spoke to them earlier this morning about this item on the agenda. Moko, are you able to summarise what that discussion and what they were?
It was just a quick call to say that we've got an item on our agenda that options there that would see us no longer fund you, and I didn't think it was right for that to go across the table by the presentation. The recommendation that is put across is pretty much BAU for LTP around the viewing, and they were directed for the call.
So we called them.
I called them.
I see. Okay. And my second point, thank you, is just to reiterate what Councillor Vucic shared around the value of outcomes. We've got a 210-page document that talks about the FIFA World Cup tournament in 2015, how we made $1.30 for every dollar investment that we put in. That's all well and good. But in terms of looking forward, if we can see what their plan is and more their future pathway and their runway is, and we can get value for outcomes on this money, because at this point in time, I'm not convinced to do. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go on to, I'm going to go to Michelle.
Thank you. And apologies, Moko, this could be a workshop question because it's something that I can't get my head around, but just in relation to B, and with a focus on outcomes, now that QV's just come out, most of us will have got our rates this week. My dilemma, I guess, is around regional versus our current unitary authority breakaway and COPA. And with the rates capping and the different models we have of rating, like the land value rated, what the impact is basically on, say, with the investment gearing more towards, from Northern NZ towards horticulture, is in relation to like profitability, sustainability and resilience. Will there be preferences due to our rating model over certain areas? Like if Te Huki's been hit really hard with high rates increases because of QV, how that's going to impact on the overall, I'm just like, there will be preferential areas for investment based on bottom line. And I don't know whether it's in the fine print in here that I haven't read everything off, but just trying to get my head around if we're moving forward regionally and we break away into, like, we haven't come on board, and they might be, we know about the kumara growing area, for example, and we're not, or the soil types and things like that. I'm just trying to get my head around, you know, Silvery was saying we're economic benefit, but if we are disadvantaged through our rating model before we get off the ground and we're going to be capped, it's something that I haven't heard much of a discussion around, so I'm just putting it out there.
I know, I was putting my hand.
There's a question, mate.
Sorry. Look forward to that discussion at the workshop.
Okay.
I'm going to debate now. I'm a member and what I vote on. What I want to be, this is indicating the next steps as appropriate through a long-term plan process to give proper consideration to economic outcomes that we see and level of investment people of the farm will put through this council into seeing those compared there. But today's decision isn't about whether or not are or aren't funding or the that comes through as part of the long-term plan. I personally appreciate the money that Northern NZ does, and probably am more privy, I'm more intimately familiar with the work they do and the value that I see in it for the people by virtue of my role as the head. And I wonder if maybe a part of this is how we, through Te Poikoia or Council of Research and Council of Government, how we can plug some of those gaps. And I always see them as communication around the value that we currently, but how we can do better and how. But it's a decent report. I read it 2 times because the first time I didn't understand it. I understood a little bit better. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing those conversations that we'll have amongst ourselves, but also with our community through long-term planning. That's all it is.
Thank you, Mayor. Given that we're going through into long-term plan, and I've already highlighted some of the key things, the questions there are major changes coming, so we really have to consider these things. And the point that the Mayor raised before, I do know Northern NZ has given a lot of consideration to the structure of the future, how best to save money for councils and also deliver more. So having this workshop that we've worked through is crucial. It gives us all the information we need on the table. For example, you look at the 500K coming up, which will be the following year, you think, well, that's a lot of money. But when you realise that we in the farmers get probably between 5 and 10 times of that money back actually on the ground, changes perspective. But all that has to be seen and shown what it's actually happening. So therefore, I'll support it as with that amendment that the Mayor put in there going forward. But there's a lot more to be done in consideration. In particular, I don't want to in any way weaken our going forward our regional deal. Hopefully we can do that. Council does, the council makes, just one other comment, the council actually makes a significant contribution to economic development just by doing the, as done, the local procurement in the picture has been raised. And we can do more in that area too. But when you're looking at the bigger picture and advocating to central government, you really do need an agency that's recognised regionally. And we're up against big players like Auckland, or a spot in the sun. And so that's why I support this going forward, because we'll have all that discussion in detail and hopefully arrive at the best result. Thank you.
Motion, sorry, Councillor Strickland.
Hilda, just, I heard Councillor Research say something about an amendment, but I missed.
The amendment is that this in C, that it's reported back to school.
Oh, right, thank you. Happy to support the resolution and just want to highlight that Te Kukupa had a number of the strategies on our agenda at our last meeting. So whilst your report highlights, it's got tidbits from some of those, 2100 and Te Rerenga, I did a deep dive for the Te Kukupa Hui and read those strategies as well. So was able to appreciate the work that Northern NZ Board and our JREG committee has been doing and appreciate the value that it brings to our region. So look forward to seeing where we land with the LTP. Thank you.
Three speakers in favour. Would anyone like to speak against? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions, that's carried. We're now going to go to item 7.3, which is on page 287 of the agenda, and budgeted capital funding audio systems upgrades. I'm then going to be moving an alternate motion to this. The alternate will be, I don't know how this will go, but that council approve our budgeted capital expenditure for 26-27 of us to in live stream quality issues in council chambers and remote formal meeting locations without those locations stated on our community. And two, direct the CEO to implement a digital approach for governance meetings and workshops by the 30th of September 2026 and to use the savings made from printing to pay down debt. Believe that our printing bill annually is $450,000. Then if we switch to a digital approach, paperless approach, there will be significant savings that we can use.
I'll support that.
Seconded by Councillor Stratford, but we will pass over to staff to open and then open to any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Rockworth, through you. I'm happy to leave the report as read, comprehensive report, hopefully, along with the recommendation, also the alternative motion, which I pleased to hear. Happy to answer any questions or make any additional comments with the questions.
Just a question, and then I've got Councillor Smarters and Councillor Research. My understanding is the reason why this is in public and it's talking about figures is because you've already had a secured quote, which is why you don't have to worry about a supplier seeing this figure and then, charging more to reach the number we give. Is that correct?
That is correct. Also, the environment that we're currently in, costs have fluctuated over the last 6 months, so we just wanted to make sure the solution that is being proposed is in place and locked in. So we have a general baseline, but we're just giving appropriate a buffer to allow for when we do make the decision to procure, we have the best cost available at that time.
Charlie, my question for you, I went to try solve the web with Charlie this morning because I was really uncomfortable with unbudgeted capital expenditure when we just adopted a plan. And I was trying to find renewals budgets and how can we make this operational funding instead of capital funding and all of that sort of thing, find money somewhere. But the reason he shared that it's better as capital expenditures because then it will be depreciated for renewal at the end of the lifetime of the asset. Also, if you could please just share a little bit of discussion this morning around how you will invest that for a digital approach and how you've used the savings from there to pay out.
Through you, Member Court. So in order to give effect to this resolution, the Chief Executive would obviously have to get through the process of, the contracts that we have in place, etc., and changing the way we that. That will free up spending that council has available in the operating side, and then we would just need to make sure that we ring fence that under the CE's direction to reduce the debt, which effectively would offset the debt requirement to fund the capital. So while it's not a clean transfer between operating budget and capital budget, which is what we're trying to articulate, it is giving effect to.
Can you speak to renewals budgets that you tried to find for us and why you weren't able to use some of those? They just didn't align across.
We did look for available renewals budgets across, particularly in the digital space. What we worked through was that there are budgets available, but they are ring-fenced for different purposes. So hence why this is coming to council is for full transparency in relation to the request for the approval for this.
I'll go to the questions that I think I have, Councillor Smulders.
Thank you, Mayor. 3 quick questions. The first one, I noticed that this is the 5th time this morning that an amendment's been put up, and we've had a seconder. We haven't even had a chance to read it on the board. I feel like I'm in the secret squirrel club of all these amendments getting put forward, and they're not getting put forward to elected members to consider beforehand. So I would encourage that when you move an amendment and you know about it, that you put that forward, preferably the night before or that morning, and we'll make sure that we get an opportunity, because there's so many things being put in front. Thank you. My point's made.
It's 1 minute south. I did it. It is no members. 3 minutes out.
Question number 2 is for Ruben. At what time did you learn about this amendment that you spoke about it?
The amendment that Mayor Moko just made, just as he noted it, that would be 5 minutes ago.
Thank you. And question 3, I noticed that this $200,000 Bosch system sounds great. A lot of other councils are using it. The members of the public are concerned not only about the sound, but also the video. And I wondered whether staff, Charlie, whether you had an opportunity to look. A lot of the councils, they have the microphone speaking option, and it also has a video so that you can actually see the people speaking. Did we look into that option? Because this is a lot of money just for sound.
I'm happy to answer that question through you, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely perhaps the cost that's brought up, whether or not other solutions might have been considered. I think the key point here is that this is not simply purchase of microphones, as you've alluded to. This is a meeting audio solution designed for the formal council setting in the decision-making environments that we currently operate under. Specific to the question, there are considerations around expansion of the base units to account for additional functionality. It's one of the reasons that the solution was proposed. In relation to video quality of the live streaming, there's a couple of the components that we have been making improvements are related to the Wi-Fi quality capability, for example, at some of our more remote locations. We've actually been working with both the Turner Center and Tahoe to upgrade those Wi-Fi systems to improve the live stream capability. It's all dependent on the Wi-Fi accessibility that we have. Not so much the issue in this council chambers because we have greater control of those capabilities, but that's already happening as part of BAU or general maintenance and renewal funds to update those particular systems. In terms of camera, focusing on individual elected members, there are certainly the capability to do that. We've opted for the sake of complexity or simplifying the broadcast of the meetings to just use a standard wide shot. But you're right, in the mic systems that are being proposed, it would improve significantly the audio quality both in the meeting setting and also during the live streaming. One thing I wanted to note as well, today now we rely heavily on transcription or automated transcription services that occur in the background with some of these recordings. The solution here is intended to significantly improve that for the benefit of the record. Go.
I'll go to Councillor Vucic. Question, then you may reckon the council.
I'm going to answer that first, but maybe it's first one is really what is the useful life of this piece of equipment? Being IT equipment.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I've had the opportunity to work for 3 other councils. I've implemented this exact same solution at least 2 others. The most recent one is now going on 10 years. The previous council is about 15 years and they're still utilizing the same system.
Thank you. So, Charlie, the question I've had for you is can you appreciate this over its useful life? Like there will be a mean time between failure, use that. If it lasts for 5 years, but please make it once you comment on this, a straight line depreciation that includes our interest costs associated with that. So in other words, this becomes a capital expenditure over a relatively short period of time. And it might be very close to the replacement cost, but I don't want you to depreciate the replacement cost, but straight line depreciate when you include all the costs. Are you prepared to do that?
Through you, Mayor Moko, we'll apply our accounting policies consistently. Councillor Vucic, in relation to this, I don't recall off the top of my head whether we straight-lined IT infrastructure, but it doesn't typically have the same replacement cost escalation that we had in other areas of our balance sheet, but I can certainly bring that information back to you.
We need that discussion on depreciation. Thank you. That would say don't forget the first year, thank you. For the second, for the third.
Kia ora. I seem to have heard about this system, I feel, a little bit over the last 6 months, if not before, and I'm just wondering why the expense hasn't been anticipated during the annual plan process, my first question. And then given the number of competing priorities before the council, what makes this expenditure sufficiently urgent and important that it warrants approval outside the normal process as an unbudgeted expense? A question for Ruben.
Yeah, happy to answer that to you, Mayor Moko. We endeavored to solve the issue immediately, but once we started to look at the scope of work that is required, which took several weeks to understand, it did bleed into the timing that we didn't have an opportunity to squeeze it into the LTP part of the process. We also have a requirement to come back to council for anything over 100K that's been unbudgeted, which is why you're seeing it. So in short, the solution that is being proposed, which has the long-term effectiveness, and I think certainly solves the issue that we're seeing or hearing from both the community and certainly around this table around the quality and issues that we've been experiencing, sort of took that path. If I could have done it 2 months ago under 100K, it would have been done. But the reality is a solution of this level of scope is greater than what we can operate in, which is why you're seeing it today at council.
Hey, Moko, just to top up on Ruben's discussion as well, we're currently implementing a replacement democracy services system, which helps with agenda production and things as well. And my understanding is that there's an opportunity particularly with individual mics and the ability to capture and transcribe audio from elected members to enhance the utility and the productivity of that implementation as well. That hadn't been considered previously as a part of the annual plan production process, but there's an opportunity while we're doing that to improve the way that the governance team operates. And by linking those two together,
we use AI, am I correct? So I can transcribe better and link with, we're getting rid of info counts.
Correct. Yes. So, and the feedback that we've had, particularly in relation to Auckland Council's made a transition similarly, and the staff that we've discussed that with have noticed significant improvements in the time required, the accuracy of the information produced, etc. So,
Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. The question I actually had was asked and answered by the Deputy Mayor. But I do have a further question. As my colleagues are aware, I have an allergic reaction every time my budgeted expenditure. And I think, like Deputy Mayor, there should have been a provisional sum in the annual plan. My question is, we've been told this morning that we will offset this by moving everyone to digital and stop printing paper agendas. But we ever asked if we wanted to go that route? I look around the room now and I want to give a brownie point to Councillor Stratford, who's the only one actually operating entirely digitally. Every single member in this room is using their paper agendas. We were presented with an agenda this week that's well in excess of 700 pages long. It is extremely difficult to read an agenda that size on a digital device. Incredibly challenging. So before any decisions are made by staff in regard to doing away with paper agendas, my question is, can that please be brought back to elected members for a conversation that is indeed the way we want to go? And I would also add that yesterday when I picked up my paper copy from the public library in Kirikiri, they'd actually put that out for the public to read because we don't provide public paper agendas at our libraries anymore. And I am mindful that digital connectivity is a privilege, not an automatic right in the far north. So I just have some concerns and I just like some acknowledgement that we can have a further conversation.
Charlie, point to in the motion to implement a digital approach for governance meetings and workshops by 30/16. Does that preclude you from bringing paper back for us having that conversation? Because otherwise I'm deciding, that doesn't say that I've decided that we're looking for us on a paperless, or what goes the need to say today, which is what was going to.
Okay, and my interpretation of the wording that part is to give effect to that change in vision of printing to elected members. So we could do some additional analysis in relation to that and provide that through the paper to council.
Just a suggestion. We could phase this to give the elected members the choice to receive a paper copy in the near future. The other thing is, to Councillor Fort's point, managing large documents electronically. We could probably get some training done on that in terms of managing management of those documents, how you read them. You commented that it's more difficult to read on the device versus a paper copy. You can probably do some training around that just to help people with document management.
question, if you will, I appreciate that I've already asked a question. So does the operational arm of this organisation understand how elected members can consume 700 pages in a very limited time frame? They don't have to do that. They're working on these reports for weeks before they come to us. So that means that this device, and at the risk of oversharing, goes to bed with me, goes in the car with me, goes everywhere with me, so I can consume 700 pages within 2 days, which is what standing orders provides. The battery life on this thing isn't long. If I take this, there's no risk that when I fall asleep in bed, it's going to fall on my head and smack me. No risk that I'm going to break the laptop when it falls on the floor. I don't think they understand how we get through the agenda. So I don't want anybody to just make an arbitrary decision that we're all sitting 2 days in front of our desk reading. We need to understand how everyone operates.
And the question was?
I didn't have one, and I did preface that by saying I was going to depart from standing order.
I'm going to go through my question order while I think about what I'm going to. I've got Councillor Boyle, Councillor Stratford, then Councillor Smulders, and Councillor.
I'm just really happy that we're going to try and fix the audio. I think that's been one of the number one feedbacks. And what I would have loved to see is actually not doing something or delaying something so we could do this first. That's what every other business does when they want to prioritise something. They don't do something else that isn't as high a priority. So that could have been an option as well, except we don't see as elected members all of the work plans in the background in terms of renewals and any capital spending of an operational nature. So I do really appreciate Nemokor's alternative motion, and I agree with it. I note that he's got an iPad in front of him, and I also have an iPad, and I'm happy to bring that if we don't have paper, because I find that that is a really useful tool to have instead of a laptop or PC. And so I'm happy with number 2 to move to the digital platform. I know others may not be happy to do that. The question I have is about the community boards though, because I appreciate they aren't given a device. And I don't think that that's been taken into consideration if we do move to a digital platform, how that would be managed for community boards.
Through you, Member, we would need to consider that the language enables, I guess, the chief executive's discretion to manage as well. So that would be something we would need to work through in terms of the total cost of providing those devices.
Is this just a question?
I have heard the number recently for how much it costs for the digital printing of agendas. Does anyone know that number off the top of their head?
Printing.
Yeah, sorry, printed.
Is 500,000 a year.
So that offsets this if we cancel the print.
Even if we only print half of it.
Yeah.
Yes, cool, thank you.
Question then, sorry, is that just council agendas or is that?
That's also
Yeah. Stats, more stats.
More stats.
I would feel more comfortable if we could please vote separately on them, because I can see that some of us will support one and not two.
Yeah.
And I think it would be.
Councillor Lane.
Part-time, who were the competitors for this, to provide the microphone system?
I don't think I can speak to that. We've been across our procurement rules to engage with 3 vendors The type of solution, Councillor, is authorized through very specific.
Okay, so you've been through the tender process.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we've got
Okay, then I'll move on to the next question. How many microphone units are there?
at each position, Councillor.
So this whole table would be full of microphones, including staff?
Correct, yes. There's a reason for that, Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor. The microphone system provides a base module that also includes speakers so that at each location, the individual elected member can actually hear amplification the further away councillors are from that mic position. There's also a screen on the base that allows elected members to know and understand the speaking order as soon as you push your push to talk. These systems are quite standard throughout New Zealand and internationally, so I think there would be some significant benefit, especially when picking up individual speakers and be able to distinguish those for transcription services.
Last part-time, our GG girls are pretty good at sorting out all our meetings, but what happens if we have clashing hui either at the same day or overriding times from one meeting? So we might have one hui here and another hui starting at Turner Centre, what at Te Ahu. Then what?
The solution that we're proposing is to solve both issues at the same time. We're not only going to implement the mic base and system here, but we're also creating a kit, duplicate fashion, that is going to be used at community board level meetings, which do not conflict with each other. So that will be a traveling kit to allow this same level of audio quality and capability at each of our community board meetings. That's the current focus and the priority in the scope that's been outlined.
So just to confirm, if we had a full meeting here and there was another hui being held at Te Ahu Centre, both hui would still be able to go ahead with full microphone systems and connectivity.
That's exactly correct. And assuming that it is a community board meeting, which is what the priority is. So,
any further questions?
Just in terms of data that's been collected about how many members of the public watch on and listen to our meetings, do we have that available?
yeah, that's been reported through our operational briefings every month for the last 4 months that we've been having the operational briefing reports. I would point you to in the community and engagement report section, there's information there around video views and live stream. There's also information in that report around Facebook.
I don't have that in my head at the moment. Can you?
I neither do I. So my apologies for referring you to the information, but it is actually accessible online as well for anyone interested. Those reports are readily available.
Used to be Moko and I and your nana. For years we'd watch, there'd be like 3 viewers. Now we're averaging about 110 to 170. Thank you.
We're going to get into debate now. And so the amendments that I've given, now I went on the live stream. Oh, we've got poor audio quality. Okay. I normally would have a really thorough agenda preview where I would capture a lot of things across papers, questions that ultimately the paper itself will probably reflect something I was more comfortable with next year. Not for what I want, but more comfortable with next year. I didn't have as thorough agenda preview as I normally would like. And like you, Councillor McCourt, I received my printed agenda. I was lucky I did get it on Monday afternoon about 4:00. But you're probably seeing that I didn't read this in full until yesterday as well. And then had last minute, why didn't I capture this? Why didn't I capture that? Okay, so seeing a few minor amendments that have come through. So that's my, for the record, honesty to out. But I am also trying to figure out how to, ultimately I'm feeling a little bit wholehearted around how we just don't have action. And then issues get so big that they get parked. And so one of the ones going through annual plan was around a digital approach. But it seemed like for a staffing level, it went nowhere because it was too big and across too many channels for us to actually do anything about it. So I looked at this and, is this the opportunity for me, by resolution, to make something happen? Otherwise, we just forever carry on with how we're doing everything the same way, and it's still costing more, and not actually exploring innovative ways to save money and do better efficiently. And that, and so I'm trying to achieve that by this resolution, but I also don't want to be a dictator that says, to my uncle Doug Te Wake, you must learn how to use a digital device, and you can no longer have a printed agenda, because that's so I'm trying to find the balance in the wording of my resolution, to bring balance, so direct to staff through our chief executive, that I do want my head to be done on space. So I've changed my wording to pursue a digital approach to enable savings, but that by pursuing that, I would expect that a report does come back to us, Charlie, on what options there are. And then even a simple survey, please, GGs, like survey our elected members and our GMs to say, hey, what do you think about this? Do you think you could? Here's the software, here's how much it costs. Or through local government New Zealand, we used what's called Stella. All our agendas will all pay for this, but they paid for a membership to an app that made it easy to be able to read, and it saved your notes when you write on a pen or type it in, spot, and it tracked it really well over whatever one I use on this is terrible. As good as the output, this is for that last year. So that is just signalling intent, but not directly. I expect that you would interpret that as do somewhere and bring it back to us, but then I still want to offset the cost significantly.
Can I raise a point of order? And just for clarity, the item before us is an audio system upgrade seeking unbudgeted expenditure. And number 2, which you proposed, is a different way of running governance meetings and has nothing to do with an audio system upgrade, but is a way of seeking to make savings. Would it be more appropriate if that was withdrawn and came as a separate paper?
Yeah. Yeah, take it up to, let's just vote on one. I don't want to speak for it. Councillor Street.
I was going to speak for 2.
I'll withdraw it, so you could propose it as.
So I would to demonstrate leadership. I think that it's worth having 2 direct, and I would propose it as my own amendment, direct the CEO to pursue a digital approach for governance meetings and workshops by 30% to enable savings to be made from printing to pay down debt, because it is related to
government staff to advise me understanding orders on the point of order that there is not enough length for that to be associated with this motion, which is what I didn't want to have to go through. So I just withdraw it and wait for another paper and do that as me, but you can do that for me now. So let me know if that can stay on.
Oh, I could make my points, which might help make the link. It reduces costs associated with printing and the transport of the agendas across our district. Lowers our power consumption, our emissions, and our environmental footprint. Reduces fire hazards if everybody got on board.
Point of order. Still waiting for a ruling.
Can you speak up? Can you give them so that I can get it?
Madam Chair, the advice I've provided is that unless the point of order being raised is a breach of standing orders, it's not a relevant point of order. Standing orders does also have a provision in 23.10, which has not been the practice of this council to date, but it does state that once a motion or amendment has been seconded, the withdrawal must be, it says the chairperson of the motion cannot withdraw without the consent of the majority of members.
So this number 2 has to be voted on.
Have we had a seconder?
I seconded it and then
And councillor, point of order is that the amendment doesn't have relevance to the original item to be standing to be considered. There's nothing understanding what is for that to be a printed order.
There is just like there is the point of order section on the number, and then allow it for the government. Discussion from the staff is a lot of evidence.
Councillor Bowkey.
thank you for you. Well, just to wrap this up and keep us moving, could we just have one saying, let's vote on what we've got before us, and 2, possibly direct the CEO to look into options and bring back to council some options around savings, could be in other areas as well. And then that just means we can vote on what we've got right now, send them off to look at some other options for savings, and that captures everyone's.
This was moved and seconded under the standing orders. We'll take them separately as councillor Stoll is very separate as much, but it has to be voted.
Okay.
Would any other members like to speak to? Then I will put up 1 in the first instance. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Thank you.
Councillor Ford and Deputy Mayor Ruckman.
Is that just formal?
One.
And Councillor Akina. And 2.
Aye.
Yeah.
Can we have that vote by division?
Favour, Deputy Mayor Ruckman.
Aye.
Councillor Allen.
Aye.
Councillor Bowkey.
Against.
Councillor Ford.
Against.
Councillor Ford.
4.
Councillor Akina.
Aye.
Councillor Akina. Councillor Smulders.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic. That is carried. We will now break for lunch.
Oh no, because we moved it.
to our council meeting, item 7.5, 2026 local government annual general meeting agreements, page 317. I'd like to get a mover.
I'll second.
Councillor Wilson. I'm going to pass over to Aisha. Speak to the
I think we can say and preach.
big question.
Your worship, are we taking these one at a time or?
That was my question.
We're going to take them separately. So I think we've decided we'll vote on them. If we could all just speak for or against and ask questions as a whole. But then when we come to the vote, we'll vote on them separately. And then we'll also vote on the priority. The number that fits priorities, because I'll have to signal that at AG. Councillor.
Oh, my question was the same.
Right, then
I have a question about F.
Yes.
There's a question as well.
Councillor Shipford, then Councillor.
Yeah. During last term, there were opportunities where we had to sort of acts of diplomacy, I don't know what the term is, but hosting internationals, and we were looking for some kind of process around it. We asked for support through our GNZ, we didn't really have space within council, so I'm surprised to see us not supporting Agreement F.
Yeah. The property services team, so operational feedback, should support. And what I understand is the enhanced role for government and supporting subnational diplomacy.
Yeah.
The response that we got was that we don't have a lot of instances in the panel where we would require support or assistance in that sense. And that's more issue that the meeting.
I'm thinking of at least 4 incidences last term, and I think that Waitiki has already had 1 this term. Yeah.
Two.
2, yeah. So I think we were well supported by that security region when they security agency, I can't remember who that SIS or whatever they are. When they were concerned about some countries and elected members even travelling to those countries and things that they needed elected members to put in place. So there was support around there, but I think, yeah, that's it. I think that there needs to be, and we should support Agreement F46 because of the number of requests we get to meet with internationals. Is that a question or I did ask a question and then I elaborated on why I was asking the question. So sorry.
So the recommendation from staff is that we abstain from voting that. The staff couldn't think of any else, so their support would be advantageous. So what I'm hearing is that you're identifying some examples where it would and it could be continued. So yeah,
thanks.
So I'm happy to support.
So I had that question as well. I have many questions. It's multi-thousands of dollars. Holding to put in some of that money. The delegations that are coming through. And sister cities and various others, and there's probably 2 other things as well. I have another question. Oh, look. I'll leave it at that. Do that something wrong.
Question or abstaining from improving health and people requirements? being proposed by a member of council. Is there, I mean, are we worse off by supporting that mahi? Our audit costs what, 380 or 580,000? And we don't have a choice of top.
Through you, Mayor Morcourse. So in our CFO and I discussed this particular item in relation to the audit of the long-term plan. While we appreciate all councils bear a cost, and it is, you know, a lengthy and time-consuming process to go through an audit. Our views are that councils are complex businesses, and being in the custodian of public funds, you know, we've got an obligation to do our utmost to make sure that we're maintaining transparency, accountability, and integrity of that information and what's going into those reports. It's, you know, audit is required in all organisations, particularly in the commercial sector of things as well, to make sure that there's trust and confidence in the numbers. And our view is that we're always looking to do things more efficiently and to reduce costs and be more productive in that area, which should be a key focus. But reducing the requirements for smaller councils shouldn't, you know, negate those outcomes, particularly in the public sector. This is our recommendation.
Thank you.
That was my question.
Any other questions? We'll get into debate. And I'll pass to Councillor Stratford.
I'll say at the end.
Thank you, Councillor Research.
We are going to, is this for the whole lot? Or we're going to
the whole lot, but all votes.
Talk to them.
Everything that you've got support, I actually do support, but we'll wait for the votes. I'd like to, though, raise the one we talked about, which was ethics, wasn't it? Just comment on that. There's many of our sister cities that are non-English speaking expect us to be doing, you know, some sort of relationship on an ongoing basis, and that's quite expensive. And actually asking and making, as you know, we're requesting that someone go over there too. And so I think we really need a role to play there of central government, and it should do. And there is a delegation fund being given to New Zealand, and they are picking that up, and they're probably funding it. That does occur. Especially if it's a foreign country, and there needs to be translation of services and the like. So, since we're voting separately, so let's include a as well as support.
Yes, members to speak to this, Councillor Sheep.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bulk funding of transport activities. This is something that we've been talking about at the portfolio meetings. The advice that we've received from the independent engineer to the contractor is if we had bulk funding, that would give them more flexibility to be responsive and achieve better outcomes on our network. The other remit in regard to the transport space, a fairer approach to uneconomic transport infrastructure funding. I noticed that this remit has been put forward specifically in response to bridges. Right now, because of funding constraints, NZTA is having to make some pretty audacious calls that are not landing particularly well in some communities, particularly communities that have been heavily impacted by adverse weather events. Some bridges, if they have an alternative route of 15 kilometres, NZTA is not funding the bridge replacement, saying the deviation is provides an adequate network connection. At 725 bridges, we have the second largest bridge stock in New Zealand, followed behind Southland. So this one is of particular interest to me, and it's one of the portfolio holders that I would anticipate would be of significant interest to all elected members to pursue that one, to understand it a little bit more. Having said that, as I said, NZTA is in a $1 billion financial hole. So expecting them to suddenly be able to fund the transport task of road and hauling authorities in the current framework is probably a little unrealistic. So when you are at the conference, I would be strongly advocating support for the continued revisitation of the funding model. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Stratford, ready for reply?
My right of reply is that we should just work with our partners and our local government New Zealand network and support all of them and let the votes fall as they do at AGM. So I'm going to be voting in favourable.
Voting against the abstentions. All right, we'll put it up, please get them in separately. The first that we are voting for is priorities for dog control reform. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that one's carried. The next is improved regulation of vape retailers. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. The next is financial support for government reform implementation costs. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. The next is to abstain for the removal of representation review required during simplified reform. Those in favour say aye. Those opposed?
Against.
Abstentions? That has failed. So I will put up that we support it.
Yeah.
All those in favour say, want to get secondary? I have to get secondary.
I thought you just said it failed and you said you're going to say we support it. Sorry, I'm just a little unclear.
So abstaining failed, so we haven't made a decision on how. So I'm putting up an alternate to support.
I thought you said that originally supported.
No, it's to abstain. It says,
We support abstaining.
Yeah.
So I thought you.
Yeah.
It's a bit confusing, isn't it?
Such a recommendation is that the final district council abstains from supporting this, and no one voted to abstain. You all voted not to abstain, which means I don't have a direction on how to vote on our behalf.
Against?
I understand you.
Does that make sense?
Oh, no, removal of, no.
Sorry. We'll go for that again. So the recommendation that we're voting on is to abstain on the remit for the removal of representation reviews. All those in favour of abstaining, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed abstaining,
Kelly.
opposed, Moko, Kelly, Rachel, Aluka, and Phil passed. Oh, sorry, and Davina, so that has failed.
Can you do that again?
That was 5 for, 6 against, 4 abstaining, which means I now don't have a vote. So I will put up supporting the remit.
I'll second.
Sorry, what?
Supporting the remit, and it doesn't mean that we're going to do it, we're just supporting the councils that need it.
Okay.
How do you guys speak on, right?
No.
I can't speak for you.
No, we haven't done that.
Did you go for?
Was there an opinion?
She's got you up there as 4.
I will support.
So the vote that we've got is to support the removal of representation review requirements during simple form. It's been moved by myself and Kelly. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Councillor Court, Councillor Smulders, Councillor Vucic, abstentions? That is carried. I will be voting to support that agreement on it. The next is the next is the devolution of place naming authority to territorial authorities. The recommendation is we support that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Councillor Balkin, Councillor Smulders, abstentions. That has carried. The next is to abstain from the enhanced role for government in supporting national diplomacy. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? Councillor Floyd, Councillor Stratford, Councillor Vucic, Councillor Smulders, Councillor Albion-Hadawira. That's 5 against. Abstentions? That's 1. That is deadlock. That has failed. So would anyone like to move it?
I'll move that we support.
It? Seconded by Councillor Vucic. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Councillor Balki, Councillor Court, abstentions. Councillor Allen and Councillor Rakina, that has gone over. That is block funding of transport activities. The recommendation is we support this agreement. All those in favour say aye. If you dare, those against, no, sorry, untoward. Those against? All abstentions. That has carried out 5.
Sorry.
I like that.
Are you guys up for this?
I'm trying to do it really fast and not do by division. The next is to abstain from improving LTP audit requirements. All those in favour say aye. Those against?
Against.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against. So that means I will ask for someone to move.
I'll move.
Support.
It was an improving LTP audit.
And I'll second that for you, Councillor Stratford. I'll put the motion for us to support improving LTP audit requirements. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Or abstentions? That has carried. And finally, if you're opposed to uneconomic transport infrastructure funding, the recommendation is to support that agreement. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Or abstentions? It's carried.
But it was a
And then now we have to vote on the prioritisation. I do. And you're all happy for me to just go ahead and
Yeah.
buttons on this.
Okay. Yeah. We need a
When we
resolution.
voted across, like, you need a resolution, was that?
The further gap. Some of the items that staff had recommended we abstain on had been prioritised as a lower priority. But my concern is that you are all to determine the order of priority at the ADM. So then the ADM, it will be asked to vote on the priority for that. How we need to understand what change
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So we are going to vote, just so that I've got it by resolution, to keep me in line, otherwise we need to vote. So the priority is as per, it's already the Alex full vote. So all those in favour say aye, those opposed or abstentions. We will now go to item 7.6, Something nice and easy. Into the Whanake Development Contributions Policy 2025 release, submission, analysis, and report. I could
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford. Seconded by Councillor Lee. And we're going to come over to Lydia.
Kia ora koutou.
To speak to you.
All doing well. Through you, Kaka. I take my report as being read. This agenda item was presented earlier this month at the Te Puaka Committee meeting, who have endorsed the recommendations presented for council consideration. Briefly, this item presents a submission to analysis on proposed amendments to the Te Whakapānake Development Contribution Policy 2025 and seeks council's decision on adopting those amendments. Consultation ran from 18th of May to 8th of June 2026 with 25 written submissions received and no verbal submissions requested. Of those 15 submitters, about 60% supported all of the proposed amendments, 3 did not support specific changes, 3 opposed any change, and 4 were out of scope. Looking just at the 21 in-scope submissions, the majority support proceeding with the amendment as consulted on. Briefly by topic, reconsideration, 17 of the 21 in-scope submitters supported placing the current requirement for council to decide reconsiderations at a public meeting with a delegated officer panel to meet the statutory 15 working day timeframe. Submitters mainly emphasised the need for transparent panel design, clear criteria and strong governance safeguards, which we are addressing through policy implementation rather than further policy drafting. A briefing report in response to submitted concerns and to the Kupapa Committee members' direction is progressing and will be presented in the near future. The credits framework, just over 85% supported clarifying the historic credit provision, and the technical corrections, around 81% support the technical correction package, which is limited to grammar, formatting, duplicated wording and cross-references that improve clarity. Out-of-scope comments about wider development contributions issues have been noted in the report, but they have not influenced the recommendations made to council, which stay within the matters consulted on. Overall, no submission themes justify changing the drafting, and the recommendation is that council adopts the amendments without changes. Ni Pāpai.
Councillor Lucic.
This is the Kaika one because I know that with all the Western and Bushfly Kaika development contributions, some of that area at the farmland, rural production, they have no water supply from the council, no sewage connection possible from the council. If we were to put a building in there, there's going to be development contributions charged to that building, is that correct?
That's
if that's the case, how will it stand up in court when that service is not impacted? Our service won't be impacted at all by the building outside of the area where it can possibly connect or receive water.
Chair. Councillor Richards, this is about the amendments that were consulted on, not the maps, but I'm happy to answer that. Those area of benefit maps are from projects that are in your capital works program. So those services are coming. So that's how those maps have been done.
They're not coming.
They're not coming in. Well, you guys passed them to go.
Yeah, well, the services are not going to go to those parts. Not possibly go there. But anyway, leave it to the challenge of the court to be rather embarrassing for people. If they build there, then it probably won't be anyway.
Any further questions? Councillor.
I think it's probably similar along the lines of Councillor Bishop's, but it's not going to be a surprise ask this question. It relates to the connections policy, the area benefit in terms of the connections policy. We have development contributions, but we don't have a connections policy. And I think that that's really the crux of the issue. We've been asking about it for a number of years. I've been told it's coming. Do we have a date that it will be provided so that we can get that clarity? and actually so we can have maps for the areas of benefit and the connections policy so that people can clearly see you can connect in this area or not connect in this area.
Can we pass that over to Tanya?
Absolutely, through you, Mayor Morcor. The Water Services Connections Policy can go to the September Te Koko meeting for endorsement.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not direct, well, kind of related to this. At our zone one meeting for local government in New Zealand, yesterday or the day before? Yesterday. It wasn't last week. Anyway, we heard about the ratepayer assistance scheme and how a part of the development of that scheme that local government in New Zealand, councils and regional government is an option for development contribution deferral, whereby the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund money that we're doing is going to mean that there's capacity now for almost every single house is on the quarter acre. You can fit another house. But then our mum and dad owners, long time residents here, probably don't have 40, 50K to put another house on that section, which our district and our infrastructure will allow. So this development contribution deferral option through the ratepayer assistance scheme sounds like a nice workaround to support mum and dad owners to be able to develop, but to spread the cost of that development contribution whereby the RAS would pay us council, but then they'll pay them back over instalments or something like that. Not directly related to this, which I'm to support. But I want to look more into that and would appreciate staff support around getting a better understanding of what that means. But I have to send you up on it. And then also, I would like to, from what I've read on it or what I understand of the proposal, is that I'm going to show support as the final express me to the further ongoing it looks like, because I feel like a lot of what we're talking about development contributions are the concerns around the costs and how we can do that. This is like a really solution for us to investigate. So really it's just a question of support to look at.
I feel like if you then report on page 335, it says in there that I'll be doing a briefing around the panel makeup and in terms of reference so that any of members are more aware. So I'm happy to bring that, put it all into that briefing as well.
Any further questions? We get into debate after councillor
Kia ora. So we have a DC's policy. This is just part of some snags identified through the implementation, and the changes have been consulted on. And so I'm asking for my colleagues to support this as they have at Te Kukupa. Kia ora.
Councillor Ford.
Just in terms of the panel and the membership, that was a discussion at the Planning and Policy Committee, because it's a panel of staff instead of independent commissioners or to members. So that's on page 399. And I just think that that's a sensible option given the tight timeframes from the staff's paper here as well. I think it's really laid that out and made it clear. So we're really lucky to have Virginia as part of our staff to get this sorted finally. Thank you.
Any other members? Councillor Snox.
Thank you, Your Mayor. I will be opposing this. It's no surprise to anybody, anything that's race-based. I will be opposing. We've had snags. This has become before council every single time. So therefore I won't. All right, thank you.
The other members? I will Councillor Stratford for
We didn't have DCs for a really long time, and it was identified as we received the infrastructure acceleration funding as something that we needed to bring in as a condition there. But it was also asked for from a huge group of the community, Kiri community, namely, and it's about growth, addressing growth. And I wish that I had not said snags, but in any policy implementation, it's actually quite exciting when you have reports coming to this table about implementation. It means that the policy is doing its job. It's actually policy that's being used, and you can tell because the staff are finding, oh, okay, this needs to be, we found this operationally, this is probably not going to work time-wise. If you don't get reports from some of the policies, it means that it's actually not being used out there. So this is going to keep coming to us probably, as it's a huge piece of policy work that affects all those people in the area of benefit for this current LTP, and likely affect more as we identify more growth projects in the future LTP. Kia ora.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? And we are now going to go to item 7.8 now, and that is scoping report and community panels, terms of reference, stage 1 community adaptation program, recommendation of the report and
I'm happy with
no. Aye.
So yeah, this report is seeking two decisions from council related to stage 1 community adaptation planning project under Te Hōtaka Urito Hapori, or community adaptation program, which was adopted as an accelerated program, almost a year ago, so August 2025. So essentially, the first recommendation and decision we're seeking from council is that you adopt the scoping report. This is the first main deliverable of phase 1 of this project. And this moves us into phase 2. So it's essentially just setting some kind of foundational decisions around what adaptation planning looks like for stage 1 and the adaptation planning outputs, if you know what an adaptation plan decision would be. And then the second decision relates to the terms of reference for the community panels. Under Te Hōtaka Urito Hapori, council has committed to doing community-centered adaptation planning. So that's a previous decision that's been made. In order to fulfill that commitment, we will set up community advisory groups. So those are these panels, but we need to set some working agreements early on and some expectations around elected member involvement, what the community panel's role and responsibility will be, and I should say community board participation as well. So that's what this terms of reference is doing, just ahead of establishing those community panels, just making sure we have our ducks in a row, essentially. So those are the two main decisions. I will just give a quick update. So the scoping proposals ahead of coming to council have been endorsed by Kaikoi Hokianga Community Board. They've been endorsed by Te Hiku Community Board. They've been endorsed by Te Koko. And they've also been endorsed by Te Kukupa. So those were all the scoping kind of aspects relevant to each of them. Boards and committees. So there has been quite a bit of briefing and decisions ahead of this decision. Happy to take any questions, as well as Esther.
Tēnā koutou, can I just add to that, please, just to preempt potentially some of your questions? So we've had some significant moves
at a central government level over the last 2 weeks. So last Wednesday, on the 15th of July, the government introduced a bill to make changes to New Zealand's climate change laws. So the amendment bill includes updates to mandate councils to prepare climate adaptation plans for priority areas that are identified through regional spatial planning under the new Planning Act. Okay, so what that means, we are going to be legally required to plan for climate impacts, align with national guidance and embed adaptation into core decisions. Timing-wise, so, excuse me please, the Minister has signalled it's highly unlikely that that will be passed before the elections in November. At a standard pace, we'd probably be looking at about mid-2027 if it's delayed potentially out 2027 onwards. Funding, if you were going to ask about the funding, unfortunately there has been no agreement between what that funding looks like, and cost sharing between central and local government remains unresolved at this time. Brings me on to the second significant change in the last week. So on this Monday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, where are we? Yeah, the Environment Committee anyway presented
The
Select Committee reports, yeah. Anyway, came out on Monday looking at the planning and environment legislation. So what those recommendations have done have moved implementation out to 39 months. So we're looking at 3 years. At Te Kukupa, we did talk about when that legislation might be ready for implementation. So now we're looking at post 2030. So tracking for alignment, given what we know, adaptation planning processes are dynamic and adaptive. So all these changes that are occurring are going to be easily resolved within the adaptation framework, so the dynamic adaptation planning. Just about priorities that have come through from the Select Committee. They talk about managing the effects of natural hazards through priority, proportionate and risk-based planning, which is what adaptation planning is all about. So I think that's probably all the updates.
Two questions. Thank you very much.
So,
my question is around when we pushed originally for what did we call it? Advanced, fast,
accelerated.
Adaptation planning on steroids.
Yes.
There were concerns around whether or not it was going to align with government action. And then the follow-up conversations I had was the what's throughout all of this. The last time I spoke to him specifically on this was that point. His indication was anything he's doing is going to be better than nothing for one, but also, because I said, you're not clear around what we should be doing. Waste money or waste time. So his message was, no, they're doing it. Based on the latest report that's come out around the changes in timelines, is our community adaptation planning consistent with that approach? And is it going to tick a box that hasn't fully been drawn?
We'll have to have a crack at that one. Yeah, so as much as we understand now in terms of, again, management of risks from natural hazards and that in the environment bill, Natural Environment Bill, adaptation planning fits into and helps fulfill that purpose. The other component around the Climate Change Response Amendment Bill and the introduction of the requirement of those, development of local adaptation plans and those being set as priority areas under the possible, future regional the regional spatial plan. Gosh, there's so many names to remember now. That we are in line. So we're working with limited information still. A lot of things will be
clarified through, the national policy statements, kind of the secondary legislation that's going to fall out of these two main pieces of legislation. So we're only working with kind of snippets right now, but of what we do have, there is alignment. Yes. Yeah.
And I think as well, the regional spatial plan, so what it's being signalled is that there's a real focus on growth and change, and infrastructure as a national priority, and our program takes those elements into consideration. Yeah. So absolutely, strongly.
Okay, Councillor Shepherd and Councillor Boyd for questions. And Councillor Barkin.
Yes, Councillor
Boyd.
Thank you. You preempted a number of my questions with your great bit of information there about the recent changes in central government direction. Just in terms of the spatial planning that will need to be done, I've been told that it's moved, instead of having to be done in 15 months' time, that is now 21 months' time, that the spatial plan for the whole region will have to be done. The scope of the current proposal is just about the far north. What we'll now need to do is to look at that in the context of the whole region. So my question is, now that the new legislation, the royal assent of that legislation is imminent, are we thinking about the far north in the context of the whole region? Because now what we've been asked to do is a committee for all of Northland, and Fire Chicky is there at the meetings as well. That was brought up not just about prioritising growth areas, but also looking at how we prioritise infrastructure and adaptation for significant risks. So one of my questions about the scope is, how will we determine what we're doing in the far north in the context of whole of Northland? Great question. Yeah. And do we need to change the scope of this project in light of that direction? And that is exactly why I asked that question and moved that amendment at the Planning and Policy Committee.
Yeah, I can have a crack at that one as well. So, there's a few elements to that. We still have to operate under existing legislation, right? So we're still beholden to an existing legislative framework, as we all know, still trying to execute business as usual while being as strategic as possible, to be efficient. So from that component, the scope does not change. We have to keep the scope as is to meet our existing legislation framework and kind of carry on with business as usual. For any future regional spatial planning, it's going to have to look at risk-based approaches to set priority locations, right? We've done a comparable process to Whangarei District Council, so it will be similar across all priority elements or things that have to be considered. What is our starting point of information? What assessments have we done? What evidence and data do we have? What were the priorities already set by each district? And then trying to, zoom that up regionally. It's going to be the same process for adaptation planning, but we have done a risk-based approach to set those priority areas, so that should carry through regionally. So we will have priority areas across the region. The one place we maybe don't will be Kaipapa. That's a question mark. But of course, this whole thing, there's so much uncertainty around it. So in terms of the best process we can do now with considering risk and that carrying through, yes, and working with existing legislation, yes. But there are many question marks around that yet. So can't give you like a complete answer, but as much as we know. Yeah.
So a subsequent question to that then is, if we approve this today with the current scope, we know that the legislation is changing because it's already been through select committee and it's going through royal assent. So if we go out and give a contract to Tonkin, Taylor and Arco and whoever we give it to, and then it changes in September when the bill, will be passed after royal assent, then how do we change the scope after we've already given this approval to recognise that we have to do it across the region for spatial planning within 21 months?
Yeah. So through the chair, I think the situation we're in is we've got a pretty clear indication of what things are going to look like. So I don't my professional opinion would be that things aren't going to change much than what they've already stated in the direction.
What isn't going to be inconsistent?
Correct. Yes.
Can I just add to that through the chair? The contract's already been allocated. So this scoping report doesn't have any contractual ramifications, and the council decision today doesn't affect anything from a contract point of view. And the contract does allow for kind of legislative change and legislative review, because when we set the contract of services, we already kind of knew that these things were, they've been signaled that they were coming. So we've built that into the process. That's the beauty of adaptation planning, is that we've already been working at a cross section of many pieces of legislation, and it was because it's the first time we're doing this. We're already, we're working in an area of ambiguity, so we're kind of well prepared for continued ambiguity, if that makes sense. But the contract has been allocated.
And my last question is about the process agreement that is required by statute for all of the councils, all councils in Auckland. How will what you're doing be future-proofed in that process agreement so that all of the work you're doing will benefit not just the whole?
Okay, are you talking about the process planning that's happening around the spatial planning environment?
Yeah, right. We're writing that at the moment, and it has to be approved for December.
Yes, so my understanding that the work that's happening at the moment is about setting a framework about how we'll work together. So Tammy Worcester is our line into that. And I've had conversations with Tammy, and she holds our kaupapa with her in that role. Our department will actually be involved at it's time to start setting the hows and whats after that process.
Thank you, and I think Roger's up there too.
Oh, hi, Roger.
Kia ora koutou. Sorry, I'm just travelling. So yes, on Monday, this was raised around the process agreement, and my only comment would be that the climate adaptation plans and programs that are in place should be considered alongside all the other stock takeoff plans, or place-based and spatially based plans that are in play as part of working out that process agreement. Yep.
Go to Councillor Bauke, then Councillor Halker.
Thank you. Through you, Nemoko. Just can you read out that first bit that you said about what Minister Watts said? It was in your little statement. That's the question I've been asked, but it went.
I'll keep track of what you said.
I was just in the first statement when she read out what the new direction is, and then it's been mandatory.
Oh, sorry. So this is the Climate Change Response Amendment Bill. Is that what you're through the chair? Yeah, I actually do have that up right now. So you want to answer that?
Oh, yeah, we can cover that.
So this is back in last year, the end of last year, there was a national adaptation framework that was government. So this is delivering on the commitments under the National Adaptation Framework. So this is introducing an amendment to the Climate Change Response Act. And this amendment is saying that TAs are going to be required to prepare adaptation plans. And then it's connecting it into RMA reform and saying that the regional spatial plan will set those priority areas under that. So the Climate Change Response Amendment Bill is really just essentially laying out some kind of key requirements around what adaptation plans will need to be. It's pretty light touch again at the moment, but what we know, there is a fact sheet. We've kind of checked what we're doing against it. We are in line with that. So it does set like a timeline for adaptation planning in response to the RMA reform, and it sets kind of key implementation channels. Those are ones that we've already identified essentially. So we are running in track. But yeah, that's what I think what you were referring to.
I thought you were talking about something different, but okay, that's good. I think that's.
You want to read out your one that you think?
I thought you were talking about, through the chair, I thought you were talking about Minister Watts' letter about the scenario planning. Was that?
Did you read that? Yeah.
Yeah, so I have actually written the briefing paper, and that will be with you on Friday notices. Yeah.
Just one more question to that is
We talked a little bit about the work that the roading team is doing on people in place and making sure that we're working together with that because they've done considerable work on identifying people in place. Have you had any discussions with them around? Yeah, we had a really great, productive kind of initial conversation around that, and I've seen some of the draft content. I know that's going through its own process, obviously, around the activity management plan and that. And so we've had kind of just in a very staff operational way, just kind of across around that. And so the key alignment will come when through community panels in this process, we set kind of these, they're called community like pathway objectives, but they're essentially the community saying what's most important for us in terms of risk we're willing to accept and thresholds that can't be crossed, like, you know, what matters most essentially. And then in there we'll take cue as well from the people in place, and also there is a whole resilience theme in the draft activity management content. So I hope I'm not speaking out of turn of a process, but so yes, we are having those initial kind of operational as much as capacity allows, because I know that team is extremely strapped for time. Yeah. Thank you.
Good, Councillor Haramira, then Councillor.
I just wanted to mention that the area that's highlighted is only one part of the far north, and that, you know, before I worry about the rest of Taitokerau, I really want to make sure that the other areas that aren't covered, that are experience huge, you know, erosion, coastal erosion, go all the way up Whāro, Te Onirua, Tohe, up around the Cape, all down the Rangainu Harbour into Tokerau Harbour, over to Whangaroa, over to Pio Whairangi and Rātiti. So this is only one of 3 identified in our area. Just saying, we worry about solving the problems the government created.
Thank you, Your Worship. When this came to committee, we were split. I think it's only because I voted for it at the last minute that it's actually here before us today. I raised a number of questions at that committee meeting, given that the Minister had recently written to Council instructing us not to use SSP 5-8.5 as the default planning assumption. The question wasn't whether that was a scientifically valid number, but his question was whether that was going to lead to more restrictive or costly pathways. I was told at that meeting that that was what MFE had said, and I accepted that. But MFE didn't state that. MFE used that as a guideline, and they're quite different things. So my question is SSP 5-8.5 the appropriate planning scenario on which to base today's planning decision? Or should Council be considering a smaller range around SP Sierra Part 2-4.5 before committing further resources? I tabled a number of questions, and I've been told today that there's going to be something in the Friday notices. But with respect, we're making the decision today, and the Friday notices are still 2 days out. So what if the notices on Friday tell us something that's relevant to the decision that's before us today? It's not a small amount of money, $650,000. And we're constantly looking for ways to make savings for the ratepayer. So I'm just a little concerned now that we've been asked to make a decision ahead of having a full briefing. I just would like some feedback on this, please.
Yeah, okay, I'm not quite sure how. I've done a very in-depth paper for you to have a look at, which explains to you what the scenarios are and how they're used. But I guess to allay your concerns, what I can say is that there is a range of different scenarios that are considered. So 8.5 is like the high end, and we now have information coming through that's through the chair as well. We have information coming through that the trajectory that we're on currently with our emissions is not going to take us that high, so it's actually lower, which is good. So the new figures that have come out have removed that top 8.5 and also the lowest one, so they're bringing it into more of a range where they believe the effects that will happen. Our program uses a range, so it's looking at, and I think I've got it here. Yes, it's using, so the figures that the Minister is talking about, the scenarios are out to 2100, okay, which is only, let's say 70 years from now. Our program is looking at 100 years into the future, so we're looking out to 2030. So the high range scenario in the new figures is bang on track for what it would be in the 8.5 at 2100, but at 2130.
So you're using that original high figure over a longer period of time so that it ends up being consistent with what the minister's saying?
No, I'm not explaining myself very well, sorry. No, that's okay. So what there is there's the current SSPs. Maybe, would you like me to explain what they are first? It's probably too much detail. So you've got two different measures. One is talking about how much greenhouse gases is in the atmosphere. The other is...
I've got a new question.
Yeah, please.
Is the briefing note that's going to come out on Friday notices going to be inconsistent with the recommendation that we're making today?
No, not at all.
Is the direction from Central and the latest announcement the minister had around those specific targets?
Yes.
Is the recommendation that we are considering today inconsistent or out of scope for the national direction we're getting from Central?
No, it's consistent.
Sorry to jump on. I just wanted to get some clarity there, but I stole it from Ed if you want to.
It is quite complicated to...
I just would like to restate the minister's letter stated councils should not treat 5-8.5, which is the worst case scenario that came out of the Paris climate, as the default planning assumption for community adaptation planning. Relying on this pathway could lead to extreme, more restrictive, more costly than necessary pathways. I asked that question specifically at the workshop, and in your agendas on page 517, it states that the community adaptation plan will use the 100-year timeframe high-end climate scenario, the little asterisks. And if you follow the asterisks down to underneath the box, it talks about using the high-end scenario, the one that I just said. So my concern remains, I don't want to do this work, but I don't want to go out there and scope for the worst case scenario that the Crown is now telling us will inevitably lead to more restrictive and more costly than necessary pathways. That's my worry. And that was the question I asked, and I was given a promise that I'd get a briefing paper that would allay my worries. And I'm going to get that too late to influence this decision for us today. I can't say any more than that. She will close.
Go to Councillor Burstich and Councillor Stratford for questions.
A question that I had, and I've asked that several times over the years when we were looking at climate change, and the answer was, yes, we are having trigger points. So really, have you built in trigger points into this? Because whether the time frame is shorter than we expected or longer than we expected, if you've got trigger points, it doesn't really make any difference because we're not going to do anything. and can get within a certain range. Is that correct?
That's
correct. Yes. So the scenarios, it's a little bit of a misleading conversation, if it makes sense. The timing came out not ideal. The methodology of adaptive pathways planning is based around signals, triggers, and thresholds. So regardless of a scenario, we don't know. There's deep uncertainty around what the future holds with the changes and how fast they're going to come. Right. That's this planning methodology is exactly designed for that. So yes, that's a core part of what's proposed in this process. I will say though, in the scoping report, the decision presented to council today, that was already assumed because council's actually already made that decision under last year's adaptation program. Yeah.
That's right. Councillor Sheff.
In Te Kukupa, there was a question asked about SSP 5-8.5 data versus getting new data. Do we know how much that would cost?
Not exactly. What we have been doing though is having conversations with Northland Regional Council.
Yeah.
And what they're saying is that the new data that's going to come through, it'll probably take like a couple of years to filter through their models, but it's going to be their decision about whether they do that because we use their modelling.
Yeah.
To do our own modelling could squillions, like it's not really our remit. So
yeah, there was, I think it was 2 million. I can't remember exactly. A final question. So we're not making a decision about SSP 5-8.5, but the community panels that are put in place and go through this adaptation planning exercise, any planning that we get asked to adopt, will we be told what, can it be presented in a form to council that this is scenario SSP 5-8.5. However, residents have, considered that modelling is probably way off. Going by, their mātauranga Māori, for example, they want to scope up or scope down. Is there room for that in this framework?
yes, so the good thing about adaptation planning is it works off triggers, as Councillor was saying.
Yeah.
So, for example, the weather events that we've been having recently are exceeding what would be expected for 8.5. Okay, so the models, like Katie said, can be a bit of a misnomer. So with adaptation planning, it's if something happens, if we have an erosion event that takes 5 metres away, then we are going to do this. It works off that rather than the modelling as such. It's real world. This has happened. This is what we're going to do.
Great. Thank you. Awesome.
Councillor Moore.
Just a question again around the scope. One of the questions raised for having to do the new spatial planning and the scenarios that we have to choose is the councils all paying towards that process. And part of it, as you've highlighted, will be adaptation planning and looking at these different scenarios. What has NRC and the other 2 councils said about paying towards this process, and can we expand this to include WDC and Kaipara to meet requirements of what we have to do in this 21-month time frame? That's another question that I had.
I'll do the NRC part so far. So Yeah. I cannot fly here.
NRC's giving us 100K.
Per annum. So the last 2 financial years, there's been $100,000 contribution. Essentially, that's we have a memorandum of understanding operationally, and we have a regional adaptation strategy. So essentially, NRC has said, you will lead adaptation planning, and we will, in terms of, we're doing it collaboratively, but we're going to support financially and let you be the front of this, and we will provide the hazards and the risk support and information, based on existing. So total across the 3 financial years of this LTP, it's $300,000 that they have contributed, and that's including this financial year. Moving forward into the next LTP cycle, we don't know. So, and what they do in the future, we don't know. I don't know if you want to take that, but there is a precedent set for NRC contributing financially, and the agreement is that we, are the face of this. And we've identified in the scoping report that we will work in collaboration, continue to work in collaboration, and they are a key implementation and delivery partner, because we do know that as well. So that's what we're setting in the scoping report. That's the decision. Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry. One council at a time.
Want their money.
Whangarei District Council, we have not entered those conversations. They also have understanding. It's almost word for word, I think, the same as ours with NRC. So they have that same working agreement with NRC. I cannot speak to Kaipara at this point. I don't know what I know. NRC has had early conversations with certain kinds of what could be seen as adaptation planning, and I don't know if it's in alignment. So possibly, but that's probably higher up than my pay grade.
So we're also working towards shared services. So we're starting these conversations now because we can see where we're heading. So one of the shared services that we're looking at is our risk modelling software, and we're looking at how we can, as a region, sort of have a better model and centralise that cost. So we're going down that path.
I think you might need to come to one of our meetings with all the full councils, to be honest.
I think there's a bit of there's a bit of a precedence, I think, within climate. So we have the CAT team, which is like a regional group of professionals, and we collaborate very strongly to the point where on everything. So there's a really strong group there working for the region's benefit in the first place.
I'm going to go to Councillor Sliders, your question.
It was just around the Kaipara. Are you aware that they've got a notice of motion before their council at the moment where they are U-turning from the SSP 585P, and they have taken heed of Minister Watt's letter, and they are pivoting and being mature around that. And so when you say you're not quite sure what they're doing, I think that Councillor Foy makes a really good point, that we should be understanding what the other councils are doing so that there's a nice fit. I think we're trying to shove a square peg into a round hole. Is there any appetite to lie, or do we do that later around the process?
We can move that. I think it's in the second committee tomorrow.
We're still in questions, aren't
I've
we?
already had this moved in second, so it would have to fail before we continue tomorrow.
We're still in questions.
Still in questions.
Yes, questions.
I have an ancillary question.
Ancillary question.
I'm not sure if I understood entirely that conversation about the money, so I just wanted to run past it again, because I'm referring to the budgetary provisions and financial implication statement on page 507. I heard Councillor Paul ask about this NRC with, and I heard $100,000 a year over 3 years, which is $300,000. That doesn't match what we've been told in the written agenda in front of us, which said regional council has paid a lump sum of $100,000 full stop across 2 years, 2025 to 2027. So I just want clarity on the money, please.
Apologies. So that might be an error. When we wrote that, we did it over the lifespan of the project. So the first year that NRC would have contributed would have been in setting up and establishing the project. So that's my apology. So I kind of did from when the project started to now, and then looked at that. And I think we might have just left out this existing financial year because we just got confirmation. So that's just new information, and apologies that you did not get that in full in writing.
So I'm clear, at the time of this report being written, NRC has contributed $100,000 and the ratepayers of the farmers.
2-6 apologies. I just need to find exactly what was written and clarify that for you. Yeah, it should say Northland Regional Council provides $100,000 in funding per annum. Apologies, I got left out.
It doesn't say that, sorry.
Yeah,
it does not say per annum. It just says $100,000 full stop. That's a lot of money. We're talking about $200,000. So I really would like to know, have that had, because it says here, Northern Regional Council has provided $100,000 in total, not per annum.
Yep. It's in the present tense, so apologies. It's $100,000 per annum. And so for this lifespan of the project and this long-term plan, so the project started conception to end in December 2027. Well, that's into the next long-term plan, apologies. It will be $200,000 for this, and then it's been $300,000 overall for the adaptation program as a whole and getting adaptation planning started. Does that clarify?
I'm still unclear because this has been reviewed. The Chief Financial Officer box is blank. It's blank. And this is written agenda is telling me something quite different. $200,000 is not a small amount of money.
So
more money.
The total budget is 650,000 from 25 to 26. Across the two budgets. Of that, you're saying 200,000 of the regional councils, despite what is how it's printed. $200,000 of that budget comes from regional council, so we're putting that. And it's 400,000.
Can we get that?
50.
Where's your math? Can we please get that confirmed by finance?
Councillor Court, I'd like to confirm that and come back to you in about 20 minutes.
Councillor Smulders, I was incorrect when I told you we need to line and move an amendment to move this to line. But I will pass over to our mover, Councillor Strathmore, to speak to.
So do I move to line now or do I move to line once it's started?
After I've gone to the moving sector.
Moving seconder, thank you.
This is deja vu. Very similar questions were raised at Te Kukupā. We spent a good 2 hours, maybe more, because there was a lunch break in there on this mahi. So I want to acknowledge the staff. That report was impeccable, it was perfect, and it did say it referred to the 200K in that report. I also want to acknowledge Te Haku and Kaikoui Hokianga community boards, and the absence of Bay of Islands Whangaroa is primarily because it's not their area. You're not left out. We need to get this one underway and then come to you if we get this one finished, and then we've got work to do out there and work to do up in Te Haku, as Firehilda said. So today's decision is about endorsing the scope of work. We're not approving any projects, future budgets, or implementation of any adaptation work. We're approving getting a scope done, or approving a scope to investigate, and options and financial implications that involve council infrastructure will come back to us. So it's asking us to agree on, what needs to be asked out in the community before future decisions come back to council. I'll pause it at that because I apologise to my colleagues on Te Kukupā. You had to listen to me badly at that committee meeting. already.
I'll go to Councillor Aki, seconder.
Kia ora, tuatahi ake. E ara no mati e kawiti, e te koe I tonana, e nā whakapitu e me korero. Mea nea ke ngā kaimahi, e ka hoki waku mahara I te tau 2022 when Rakesh was here at FNDC, and he approached me to assist in the scoping of this mahi. At the time, the conversation was only around tamape and pawera. When I look at this report, I can see how much support staff have been given around the climate adaptation scoping projects, and not only the assistance around getting out there into our communities, but the way in which this kaupapa has grown, not just within our council walls, but the collaboration between NRC. And when I have a look at these pages here, and I think about our kapai, we've got Perekino, Whangawhe, Awarenga, we've got Mitimiti, we've got Te Rangi, we've got Te Hauraro all in there, and we've got Te Haurunga as well, which stretches across to Opononi, Omapere, Rawene through to Waimamaku, and all the posting notes here. This is the type of information that you can't just sit around in a council room like this or in our offices and make up. This stuff has been cultivated from within our communities, from the people who live and breathe in the situations that they've been dealt with over the last couple of years that I've been in this council. Some of these events are way out of anyone's scope, and if anyone ever goes out to the Hokianga, then you will see, you will know, and you will understand why this is important. By reading this report here, it only gives a very, very tiny, granular understanding of why this is important for these communities. Once again, I would acknowledge all of us to go out there to these communities and not only understand what's in this paper, what's in these reports, and what the kaimahi are trying to articulate was into the reality that these people, these communities have lived with for so many years, and what is projected for them to live through the next 50, 60, 80, or 100 years. But it's very important for us all to get out there. So I really commend the kaimahi, and I really commend the communities for engaging with our kaimahi. I said it at our Te Kuakahui last week. Just imagine if our hapu and iwi didn't want to work with council, we would have nothing to go off. And the stats say it here. So tēnā koutou I te nui o a koutou mahi, e ka tautoko au I te pai, I te atāhua, I te rirerire o ngā kupu kua pato ngia e koutou ki runga I wene pepa, ka waiho aku kōrero I kone. Kia ora.
I'm going to go to Councillor Smulders.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you.
Probably I've got Councillor Boyd, but that would be one of the good part.
Are we allowed to hear Councillor Foy's before my line? Can I pass the bag to her and then?
I have a minute.
I couldn't read it in handwriting, so we'll find out together.
Okay, all right, go for it.
I will read my really great handwriting. That the CEO direct the climate team to present at the RMA working group about potential collaboration options for the project for all Northland councils, including combining budgets and work programs. Combining budgets and work programs.
I'll second that.
Okay.
You're a seconder?
Yes. So I'll pass you a seconder to speak to the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. I've heard this afternoon that the current resolution before us is keep the scope as is, business as usual. Are you kidding me? We've already just had this lesson this morning. Minister Watts has come out with a letter saying that we're not to stick to SSP 585p under the worst case scenario of the Paris Accord. And here we are ignoring the guide rails that are coming down the track. Number 3, I've heard this contract has already been allocated. However, thank goodness that this contract has a planning methodology around it where we can adapt. But I'm also hearing words like ambiguity. We have limited info. We have not clarified legislation. We've only got snippets. We'll have a crack at it. There's deep uncertainty. I could go on. I've also heard that the Mayor had a verbal conversation with Minister Watts in February. I think what we need to do is make this proportionate. We're going broke. We need to think of the ratepayers first. We need to be very careful with how we spend our money. And I think if we plough on forward without having the relevant information in front of us, which is what I'm hearing loud and clearly at the Tepu today, before we make this huge significant costing implications for the ratepayers. Now, I've mentioned that Kaipara Council have made a call. I support this amendment that we coordinate with our colleagues. And I think my final saying is we have reality and then we have expectation. There is a huge gap. The thing in the middle of reality and expectation is called disappointment. And that distance that we are traversing today is huge. So for those reasons, I support the amendment. Thank you.
Just wanted to your debate and heard that you were in support of it, but I just wanted to double check. You know that this is a point C to be added to the current.
Right, no.
Because I
think
heard
it's a standalone one, yes.
That's not there to chair.
Right, we thought it was a standalone. I thought it was a standalone one.
But it's an addition.
So make me repeat it.
Question?
Question.
I think this work needs to be done. So my question is, will the amendment that Councillor Boy has put forward dilute capacity across the region and move focus away from the communities most critically at risk? I understand what she's trying to deliver, but my question is finite capacity between NRC, KDC, WDC and FNDC to do this kind of work across an entire region.
Through the chair. So we are, as a regional climate adaptation team, running at reduced FTE, so not enough resources. It will dilute, but if it's a piece of work that needs to be done, then. But yes.
So my question is, because there's already NRC work happening out there, is it a matter of just pulling together what we're doing? Because there's a whole heap of stuff that NRC is already doing. Is it just having somebody sit there and pull it all together, or maybe they do a presentation to us, Councillor Boy, rather than spending time creating a report? Because as chair of the Joint Climate Change Adaptation Committee, we get a lot of that mahi presented to us at my committee. It's just, not coming to this council.
Just on that resolution, I don't see in front of me. So I presume therefore you are just wanting coordination, so that you want information coming back, so it shouldn't be that expensive.
No.
No. So what is the intent?
Yeah. So the reason I moved the amendment is because we haven't actually had a report about the new legislation yet, but what it's saying is that we now only have 21 months to not just do this by ourselves. We have to do this all together as a region and agree, all the 4 councils. So at the moment, Kaipara paid nothing towards the local government amalgamations. They gave 0 budget. I don't know what budget they're going to put towards the joint planning committee because we will have to allocate budgets. That is one of the topics. And in terms of this process agreement, what you're doing now and the staff, first of all, I thought we were duplicating, but now I know what the legislation says. Actually, this is work that you're already ahead of the game.
Yes.
And so
got there.
And so it means that we potentially are the leaders for the other rest of the region to follow. So if they can just give us their money and maybe give us some additional staff that are already working on other work programs that aren't part of the mandated requirements of the new spatial planning, that can address all of the issues. So why I've asked for you to present is because I did ask my amendment to Whai Chiki before I moved it. We were at the meeting to hear all of the things that we need to do in the next 21 months. And most of it is actually making sure all the councils can get on the same page. Because if we don't, then I'm not sure how we're going to pass regional spatial plan if we all don't agree as a region. So I think the concerns raised by Councillor Smulders are correct, that we shouldn't go ahead and choose a scenario when we don't know the scenarios that the other councils are thinking. So that's why we need to present. I think it's on the 3rd of August and it's in Mangawhai, and I can set the agenda with you part of it, as long as our CEO, as the boss of all the staff, agrees. And it won't cost any extra money. The staff have already done the mahi, but what we can do is ask for the budgets from the other council, in particular WDC and NRC.
I'm going to go to Ken, first, because you've got a response to Councillor.
Through the chair, 376K is budgeted next year of climate change professional fees. There's 6 salaries. The following year, 3 of those are taken out, and there's 3 salaries. And 27 for the years. It's in total, what's the total budget, that area?
How much money are we getting to the regional council?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, that's what we're number 2.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know how much we're getting from the regional councils.
Can I just clarify as well, is that for the department or for the adaptation program?
376 is for the adaptation program.
And
3 po.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 positions, correct.
No, sorry, 3 work streams. So that's the whole budget across 3 separate work streams. We're just talking about PO1, which is the one work stream of 3. Yeah. So that's for the program as a whole, but then within that we've allocated a certain amount of money just to PO1. Yeah, it is confusing.
As to North Regional Council, their funding is going to be. So I was looking at that, you've not seen them. Cool.
The NRC.
Councillor Stratford, you've already spoken.
Yes, I'm
And
waiting for my
Councillor
closing.
I haven't spoken.
Oh, no, I missed my closing.
I'm happy.
I could finish, sorry.
It's just amendment we're speaking to.
Yeah, I had you read it.
Yeah, I was speaking to amendments. I'll do that, finish it off. Yes, I actually support the amendment now that I understand it, Councillor Foy, and the cost is not going to be too high. So basically I support it, and in the bigger picture, speak to the substantive motion of that.
And Councillor Smulders, I've got you down again as well. Was there enough further?
I thought the amendment was a standalone one. That was very clear when it was said that was the amendment. It was not C.
I like it.
So I don't know how we can possibly vote for A and B and have C on top of, because we're setting the direction and then we're saying, oh no, but hold on a minute. So Councillor Foy, can you just clarify, are you happy just to do C first and then we can come back?
Second her amendment.
We just do an amendment.
Second.
Fish.
I understand when Councillor Foy read her amended wording. I didn't hear her say that it was a C, but that is specified on the note.
That was the only thing on the note I could read.
That's not right then, that process is incorrect.
My understanding for the chair is that it could happen in addition to A and B. So I think it comes down to how it's voted. The standing orders would see that the council would vote on C as a standalone.
As a substantive.
Then we would vote on A, B and C as
Point of clarity.
So we are voting on C by itself.
I withdraw my seconding then.
I'll second it.
I'm going to put it to a vote.
Aye.
I can do that. Let's put the amendment, which is C, to the vote.
Have we had the debate?
Yes,
Yes, we already did.
Amendment.
Yes, I had Felicity, myself, and Kelly, John.
But I was debating on a different option, which you clearly defined.
That's
I'm
your
letting
date.
you know the chair.
Can I lay it to lie?
What's an amendment to an amendment?
further chair, because leaving to lie as a procedural motion is treated differently to an amendment. So it's not an amendment to an amendment. Feasibly signal that we're not ready to make a decision at this point in time.
I would like option 3, please do not adopt until we've had Friday notices. We've read your full and thorough report. We had clarification on how much the Northern Regional Council are funding us, and we can better understand the dynamics. This is a big decision.
Okay, if you've got a seconder, then I'll take that first to leave to London. Seconder is Councillor Balke, and then does anyone need to speak again?
We haven't finished, just correct please, we haven't finished point C.
This one goes as a amendment, as a procedural motion over and above that, and should it fail, we go back to C.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, 4 years in, I really thought I knew standing today. Reminding me that I still have nothing to learn. So,
I'll let you speak again.
What are you voting on, sorry?
people's
It's late.
it's a procedural motion, so you just vote with your hands. So the motion is to leave this life remember. All those in favour say aye.
Against.
All those in favour say aye. I said those against.
Aye.
And abstentions. All those against. That has failed. So I will go to the amendment of C as Councillor Boyd had it.
So all those that have already spoken.
Yeah. I have had, so I'm against. Yeah, can I put it to the vote?
Which one?
Was this
A,
A, B and C.
Just
C.
Just C.
Just
Those
C.
in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
And abstentions? And now that forms a substantive motion that I will move. So A, B and C, seconded by Councillor Stratford. And I'll put A, B and C to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? That is carried. Right, please just say, we're going to have a 5-minute break, but if we could get the those questions.
Yeah, very.
5-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to jump straight into the full item paper of our undergrad.
I'm going to read this to page 699 on the agenda. Move to exclude the public for numbers 1, taking of business minutes, 9.3 confirmation of committee on the units, 9.3 of the education.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Any comments? I'll put the motion.
What?
Are we out agreeing for that community which is remain?
Yep. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to abstentions. You could pause our next meeting. Ms. Morgan, are you able to confirm the live stream is paused?
Welcome back. We are back in public. We had 3 items during public issues, previous minutes, our committee and joint committee minutes, and an appointment of an adjudication panel. Those 3 items will remain in public exclusion. We are now back into item 7.2, a request to undertake public consultation on the disposal of a portion of, that should be on the sale or lease of a portion of parkland 1936 State Highway 10 by Papa Home to Tua Waitanga. I'll ask for a move on.
Please.
Councillor Shepherd, a seconder. Councillor Paul. And I'm going to, for those online, and just a reminder to those us in the room, the recommendation there in our printed agenda has been amended just to clarify the public consultation period and the date from disposal to sale or lease. I'm going to pass over to Michelle to speak to this.
Chair, I will take the report as read. I have Final Holdings here with me who have been present at the Bay of Islands Community Board and at the Coco as well. They are here as support and advice. They've helped look to see if there's any potential opportunities for the land to support future development at Tua Waitanga. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Boyd.
I just had a question about the sale or lease aspect under the Public Works Act, because when we did the housing for the elderly, the topic of the exchange from through council to Final Holdings didn't actually trigger the Public Works Act because it was the CCO of council. So that's my question in this instance as well.
In this instance, as it's considered a park, we're looking at the word dispose, which involves selling or leasing land. So that's the definition under the Local Government Act, what disposal is. But in regards to housing for the elderly, there's lots of different parcels of land there. I'd have to come back to the difference of that right now. Yeah, in this instance, it's a parkland. We have to do public consultation under the Local Government Act, and disposal is either sell or lease.
Councillor Paul.
Rebecca has her hand up.
Just to tautoko Michelle in her interpretation of what's required under the Local Government Act, Section 138 is specific to park land, and I guess it sort of fills in the gap that we have around our park assets that are not covered by the Reserves Act, which has its own quite detailed provisions. So this is in there for anything that might be treated effectively as a park. We are obliged to undertake consultation.
Great.
Any other questions? Then we go into debate.
Thank you, Michelle, for your report and for the presentation you did to Te Tua Waitanga board yesterday. The board isn't set on, anything yet. As we know, council hasn't approved stage 2. But the board will consider what comes back as public feedback through this consultation process. So it's very helpful.
Thank you, Your Worship. I hope everybody in this room had an opportunity to view the video that I took at Te Tua Waitanga 2 weekends ago when we were hosting the league competition. I understand Councillor Rakana was there. I'm told that there were 2,500 people. I don't know how they judged that. But the video shows traffic parked on both sides of State Highway 10 on the Kirikiri River to the Floyd Square. There was traffic control in place, which is good. And if you see in the video, if you look carefully, you'll see there's a mother with a pram and children standing in the middle of State Highway 10 trying to cross the road. Every single piece of private real estate was occupied by vehicles. I'm told, but I don't have any evidence, but I believe it, that you couldn't get accommodation anywhere between Kawakawa and Kaya, that all the food establishments were full, the sun was shining, and I made my husband drive back and forward twice because it warmed the cockles of my soul so much to see all the children and their families out there just having such a massive family day. I just thought it was wonderful. That shows you the opportunity this piece of land has to host more events like this into the future. It was a little bit bar humbug to hear that suddenly people were miraculously allowed to park on the middle. And we have been told repeatedly that we've not been able to open up the middle because of the health and safety risk of the electrical cables, which are not buried to an appropriate depth. So it's just amazing how convenient health and safety can be. Put that aside, we need the money to take this to the next level. And I think that's very exciting. We need money to fix the parking and the road safety issues. And we need money to enable the second stage of the development that was identified to take place. Having said that, I consider my position here custodial. It's not for me to make that call. So the public consultation is a critical part of the conversation to get feedback about what people who have paid for this land and will pay for this land into the future, and whose children will grow up here, want to see happen. So I want to commend the recommendation and all the work that's gone into it. I want to thank the Bay of Islands Community Board, who really turned their mind to this with passion and diligence. And I want to thank Councillor Stratford for representing us on the Te Pō Waitanga group and making sure that the codes have had an opportunity at every step of the way to be part of this conversation. I will look forward to seeing what kind of submissions we receive back. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Kia ora, just following on from Anne Paulson, I did watch the video and drove past. But also that our marae at Tauwhara received booking requests from 4 teams, and the last 2 teams in their email said there's no ACOM anywhere, can you take us in? And we couldn't, but it just shows that investing in the development of regional, our assets, you know, as a marae who depend on marae bookings to keep lights on and keep the water tanks filled up and fix the plumbing, and that we benefited from the park being able to host such an event. And I can just say that Parawhenua up the road, they benefited, maraes throughout our district benefited from that event. And I thought that was such a beautiful showing. And it happens at Waitangi as well. But it's just a beautiful showing of how we all are interconnected with these events being held in our district, and we all benefit from them. So, mihi nui ana, and thank you for this.
Go to Belinda and then ask for anyone who's going to speak against.
Just thank you, Michelle, for all the work you've done and for the workshop we had at the community board. It was really important. We brainstormed it to death, basically. And my only comment here is was the concern that Kelly's picked up on. I support the amendment strongly because we didn't understand the terminology around the proposed disposal. So I think if we didn't, in our discussions, when we go out to the public, we need to make it quite clear that it means sale or lease. And we know that there's financial implications down the track with that, bearing in mind that we want the money to be tagged to go back into future development. And just so long as we do the consultation that people understand that the disposal, generally, we would think sale, that in this instance it could mean a lease option. So thanks for all the work you did, and thanks to Farnham Holdings for fronting up and answering a lot of our questions. We certainly did put them on the block.
Right, would anyone like to speak against the recommendation? Then I'll go to 454 as well. Put the motion, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. We are going to go, what else we got? Item 7.9 now. South Wellington. Moved by Councillor Bruce, it's on page 568. By Councillor Schmidt, update of our leadership. I've got DJ Singh to speak to it, but I think it's just the standard update. I know that Councillor Balky's coming off youth engagement. I was happy to go in there as a friend to Councillor Allen, but also because through Mayor's Task Force for Job, there's some alignment there. So if you want to merge ENF to be replace Councillor Balky with Councillor Nickel. The whole day.
Through Annie Howe, we had E to replace Councillor Rachel Balky for youth engagement and leadership.
Is anyone else really keen to jump in?
I'm on my way. Just have a question about doing the Te Kukupa Committee Deputy Chair now, because it's usually done at Council. And I was going to put Arohanui Allen. She's begging for it. Yeah.
So through Kahika, we apologies if the report still suggests that we were going to look to appoint deputy chairpersons now. We and do that at committee meetings. So I think B was just to note that there would be a vacancy at deputy chairperson.
All right.
So that was at committee.
And I'd just like to ask if you can check. I'm sure I'm on that committee, but my name gets missed off.
Yes, she is. Yeah. Yeah.
Any further questions? We'll move into research.
Yeah, nothing really to say except on page 580, we see the committee there. I guess no name going there, which is not shown, and not sure whether the quorum needs to change as well. Just noting that.
The minimum quorum in legislation for committees is 2, but it's up to council to determine.
We can still leave it at 4 even if it's got the people on it.
I just want to acknowledge Councillor Court for being on Te Kukupa. I know that she is really busy with the transport portfolio. She was not just at the last meeting, but often a swing vote or a voice of reason around my table. So I will miss your voice there. Kia ora.
Councillor Balky.
I just wanted to highlight the youth and engagement portfolio that I'm not leaving Aroha for lack of any other reason. Then I just feel that I'm probably best placed with the insurance, risk and finance, and also the affordability of our portfolio and the roading and the regional development and the regional transport, etc., etc. But you are so passionate about youth and it's such a great space for you, and I love your enthusiasm and just awesome in that spot. So it's not through lack of wanting to spend time with you in that space, because I'm also really passionate about it, but I know you've got it well and truly under control without me. So I'm sure between you and Councillor Moko, you guys will be amazing in that. Just wanted to acknowledge you for your hard work.
I'm going to put the motion. Sorry.
Through you, Moko, I just want to support that for C, that we replace Peter Tiffany. I think that's appropriate given that he's the chair of the Northern Regional Council and that he has self-nominated to change to Mr Williams in terms of the Te Kuaka Committee. And I feel that it's any conflict of interest has been addressed through C. Thank you.
Motion, all those in favour, say aye. Those opposed, abstentions. It's carried. Thank you, Mr. Huck. Thank you, elected members, community board chairs, and all of the whānau watching online. I will close it.
Before that, can I just make a statement? Please be short. Tani tātu aroha mo te kōrero te kāwanatanga e pāna ki te mana whakahaere arohe, and I'm really sad for iwi and hapu throughout the country with the recent announcement by the government about mana whakahaere arohe. That's probably why I'd like you to step down from Te Kuaka, because you've actively campaigned against a committee that you're involved with, Kei a koe. And aroha tū te runanga nui o Ngāpuhi, and that agreement is still in place. Aha ko te aha, whainoa kia huri te rāturi. I just think it's appropriate that it be acknowledged in this council meeting that a lot of work went into that agreement and has a lot of mana and took several years, and it's very hard to come to that conclusion, and there's a lot of misinformation driven at our community. And so, aroha ki Ngāpuhi nui tonu moira kōrero. Wena, kōrero.
Apologies, I've given us one more paper that we're going to do it. We're like 686 confirmation of committee and joint committee meeting minutes. Thanks. Moved by Councillor Ford, seconded by
Anything else?
Everything you just said, which I was considering that was something to do with the committee, so we'll pretend you said that as part of this.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll put the motion in favour, say aye. As opposed to abstentions.
Can I abstain on the ground that I agree with that time?
I'll close us with karakia.
Yeah.